Welcome to the Muckster Show. The Muckster Show is brought to you by Kill and Time Productions. Music and graphics provided by If You Know, You Know. And now here's the man himself, Muckster.
Hello. So, earlier tonight, I did a video that was a follow-up to a video that Finkel did. And then later on, I was watching, of all places, Killa. And I saw something on his channel that made me think I should do a correction on the video that I did. And I was planning on doing that because I like to try to be fair, even if I'm talking about somebody not too crazy about. But in the meantime, hello, Alan. In the meantime, I was over at Hill Pirates, and Chris, that whiny little girl, came in. And, here's something just that I think is bad form, anyhow. I hate when people do it in my chat, so I don't like being involved with it in somebody else's chat. To bring in an outside argument into another place's chat, you know? But that's what the whiny little bitch did. He came in and he was bitching about me saying this and bitching about Finkel and bitching about me and Finkel and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch. And I just kind of got fed up with it and I thought, okay, screw the correction. I'm going to go a different way. But first, let me just show you a couple of things from chat. I obviously was not going to screenshot everything he said, but here's one that I got a kick out of, where he says, I don't care what you do, Muckster, you can look as stupid as you want. I'm not going to make fun of the stupid spelling. I'm sure he did that on purpose. I've done that before. But the thing is, I like that he does this. He was chatting and chatting and chatting at me. And then he says, I don't care what you do. It's just like the other day when he spent at least 45 minutes of one of his lives talking about how unimportant Finkel's channel is, and I don't care what Muckster and Finkel say, nobody's watching them. If you don't care, why do you spend so much time talking about us? That's just one. But let me show you another chat. Somebody sent me. I don't think this was from Hill Pirates. I think this was the little whiny bitch was someplace else, and he said this. Finkel made me wipe my dick across his half-dead face today. Now, first of all, yeah, I don't know why everybody talks like a eighth grader on the internet, but that's beside the point. The other thing is, I think the implication here is he put Finkel in his place. I showed Finkel. I went into Finkel's chat and I just destroyed him. And, God, you think an awful lot about yourself, Chris. You have no idea how that kind of stuff just rolls right off of Finkel. He doesn't care what you say about anything like that. Once he does his video and says his part, that's it. He doesn't care. He might go back and forth with you in chat, but afterward, it doesn't really stick with him. But here's the thing that I really like. Wipe my dick across his half-dead face today. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. I can't believe how much you do not realize you are like Todd, who you hate. To use somebody's physical ailment against them. Hello, MBK. I mean, that's obvious obviously a swipe at Finkel with the Bell's palsy, which actually isn't that noticeable anymore. But you'd use that against somebody. It's just such a low, crude thing to do. And you wonder why you just aren't as popular as you used to be now that people are seeing through your bullshit. His half dead face. And that's, you got into that thing with Finkel about, I think this must have been on when I was reviewing the one stream that I t- I'm going to be showing a part of here in a few minutes. Um, I had at one time I had taken a screenshot of again you talking shit in hello Richard, you talking shit in chat and saying something along the lines of I do not buy Finkel having Bell's palsy. Because of course you are a fucking doctor, right? Besides being an expert lawyer who can't even figure out how to file a fucking form, right? Hello, Emma. Um, you're an expert in everything except feeding your own dog. You got to get people from New Zealand to send you money so you can feed your pets. But again, I digress. You were going back and forth about because Finkel said, like to Finkel, that sounded like you said he faked the Bell's palsy, and you're saying, no, I'm not saying you faked it. I'm just saying that that's not what was wrong with you, because of course you knew more than the doctors. You decided Finkel had a stroke or something because Finkel's neurologist missed that. But anyway, again, you know everything. Hello, Boot. Um, but so the whole point of this little exercise is I'm going to go back to something else that you were sure of that everybody else was talking about and got it wrong because you knew what the fuck you said. Just like today with that other video, you kept saying, no, I said this, this, this. And when I went back and looked, that wasn't what you said, which is why I missed the other part that I didn't then later saw on Killings. But anyway, you're always so sure and you call everybody stupid. Nobody else understands. And just another little side note, I always liked, I don't know how many times I've seen you on a panel with somebody. Let's say you're there over at Boots, and somebody will say something about like, well, I didn't know that you were arrested for wearing women's clothes or whatever. And you go, well, or they'll ask you a question about, well, you should watch my videos. Like people, everybody's supposed to care so much about you that they're obsessed and watch every one of your videos. Hello, Teresa. How you doing? Um, because you, in your mind, you're so fucking important that you think the rest of us spend all our time thinking about you. But let's get to the little clip that I'm going to bring up. This is actually from what, a week or so ago. And the only reason I found it today when I was looking for something else and I came across it and I said, oh, that's the way that went. It's about you and the famous 2x4 that you put on your door, which is perfectly reasonable. You worry about security, so you got a 2x4. I mean, I'm I'm a fucking moron. I'll admit it. If I was like worried about security, which by the way, my door hasn't been locked in 30 years, but that's beside the point. If I was worried about security and I didn't think my door was good enough, I'd call, somebody to install a deadbolt or something. I should just figure, no, you put a 2x4 across it. But anyway, when we had this whole 2x4 discussion that one day, and in fact, I remember you were doing one of your famous car seat lives, and you were saying all kind of bullshit. You said, "Oh, Finkel said that I locked Tiffany in the bedroom, and luckily Tiffany was there." And she said, "Hey, Donna." Tiffany said, "No, that's not what he said." And you'd go, "Yeah, I know, but there's like 3, 4 times that you'd say something that this is what happened." And Tiffany'd go, "No, that's not what they said." And you'd go, "Yeah, I know. But we're supposed to trust you." If Tiffany hadn't been sitting there that day, all the crazy bullshit you said would have just been all that was said. Anyway, and I'm sorry, folks, I can't see chat clear enough to comment on anything you're saying, but I appreciate you being here. Um, Sometimes my eyes kind of go in and out. Sometimes it's nice and clear, sometimes not, but that's beside the point. Anyway, yeah. So you were talking about the infamous 2x4. And I remember, yeah, that was the day me and Finkel were both in your chat. That was the day that you said you weren't going to read any of Finkel's chats unless he gave you $100. Because, of course, you don't give a shit about Finkel's money. You weren't mad that he gave money to Todd. You weren't mad that you thought the money should go to you. But you said you weren't reading any of Finkel's chats unless he gave you $100. And for $500, you'd honor him by allowing him on your panel. But you don't care about Finkel's money. Uh, just like you don't care about getting money from New Zealand, but all of a sudden you believe in prayer when you said it was bullshit on our panel that day. But because you were talking to Reverend Steve, you offered to pray for him. But that's beside the point, too. Uh, anyway, on this whole 2x4 thing, you were saying, oh, and they said that they were saying that it goes on, put it on the bedroom door. When obviously it goes on the outside door. And you know what? Everybody I know that talked about you and your stupid 2x4 said, why does he put a 2x4 on his bedroom door? And I remember I've said in chat, well, why would we know that it was an outside door? And I said, like the door didn't have a window in it. And you go, yes, it does. And I said, oh, I guess I missed the window then. And I'm not saying all outside doors have windows, but if it did have a window in, that would be something, if you see a door with a window, you go, oh, that must be a door leading outside. So anyway, like I said, it's a past thing, except today, when I was looking for something else, I found you talking about your 2x4. And I'm thinking about how you were so sure about what you said about that and how the rest of us were stupid for not understanding you. So that's the clip that I have now. Um, and I wouldn't have cared about this clip except, like I said earlier on, as I'll just repeat it for those who came in a little late, you were a whiny little bitch over in Jeff's chat tonight. So I'll give you something else to whine now. Be prepared, folks. You're liable to see Chris do a 1 hour video tomorrow talking about how he doesn't care about what Muxter has to say. He's good for that. I actually didn't review this. I knew I'd copied it. The reason I have that intro on is because I thought, oh, I'm going to put this up, and then I decided against it. So Now I decided to show it again. I forgot that I thought I just clipped it. But anyway,
I just wanted to see if you would put out information about what goes on inside of my household to the people who have been stalking and harassing and scaring the fuck. Look, let me show you something. You see this? You know where it goes? What?
It's about this
Watch.
big.
What? See if you want to live like this. Watch. You see that?
I can't see it. No.
All right.
can I just say, when we were there that day and he said, "You see this 2x4?" I assumed he was going to prop the 2x4 like under the doorknob. You know how people will get those things that you can take to motels with you and stuff. But anyway, so this is him showing his security system.
About
You
this
will.
big. I'm on
You
a phone
will.
here about this big.
This.
I can't.
This is how we sleep. You see the board across our door?
I see a board. Okay.
You live like that. You live like that after 100 phone calls and 2,000 text messages that I'm filing right now that are saying they're coming in your door to kill people, to maim people, to rape people.
Okay, so let me just point out. You notice he said, "This is how we sleep." So why wouldn't you think that was a bedroom door? Also, it's short. Let me play it again, and you tell me where the window of that door is, because that day when I said to him, "Well, how would we know there was no window in the door?" He goes, "Oh, yes, there is."
I just wanted to see if you would put out information about what goes on inside of my household to the people who have been stalking and harassing and scaring the fuck. Look, let me show you something. You see this? You know where it goes? What?
It's about this big.
What? See if you want to live like this. Watch. You see that?
I can't see it. No. You're
All right,
about
you
this
will.
big. I'm on a
You
phone
will.
here about this big.
This.
I can't.
This is how we sleep. You see the board across our door?
I see a board. Okay.
You live like that. You live like that after 100 phone calls and 2,000 text messages that I'm filing right now that are saying they're coming in your door to kill people.
Anyway, you heard him say, "This is how we sleep." And also, if there was a window in that door, I don't see it. But that's just, again, another example of Chris then the next day saying, "No, what I said was this, and I never mentioned that, and what it said was this." And he's wrong. You know, it is one thing if, oh, fuck, Finkel's here. Oh, wait, never mind. That's, actually, I don't know why I thought that was Finkel's. Sorry. That's, down something. I told you my eyes aren't good right now. Did I say hello, GMK? Um, anyway, you know, if you said Finkel said this and you got it wrong, that happens. You know, you can misremember what other people say. You can not understand. I mean, I get it all the time. I tend to use sarcasm a lot, and there's a lot of stupid people out there who cannot follow sarcasm. And so they'll say, "I can't believe he used to keep his mother locked in the cellar." It's like, how could you think I'm serious about that? But anyway, so it's one thing to get wrong what other people have said. But when you can't even remember a day later what you yourself said, and you sit there calling everybody else stupid because they got it wrong, Chris, I don't know if anybody's ever told you this before, but you're nowhere near as smart as you think you are. And again, I'll repeat what I have said and I think others have said. If you were smart as you think you were, you'd shut the fuck up and just let Tiffany take over. First of all, I know Tiffany would not go out there every day talking bullshit, but when Tiffany would go on, she would try to stick to the facts and not get ranting and raving the way you are. So that's, I guess, all I wanted to talk about. I just, again, let me, in case you missed, somebody sent me this chat. I'm pretty sure if he said this in Hill Pirates, I missed it, but I think they sent it to me because it's from elsewhere. First of all, he's delusional to think that he got over on Finkel, but when he says, wipe my dick across his half dead face, how classy is that? You know, that's right up there with making fun of somebody's intellectually disabled kids or some of the other stupid crap I've seen on the internet. You're supposed to be a fucking adult. You know, I mean, I insult people all the time, but I just feel like there's lines you should not cross. And making fun of somebody's physical ailment, that's one of them. And this is why I have joined the ranks of people, Chris, that think you're a piece of shit. Anyway, let me make a quick run through the chats just to see if I bring them up on screen, I'll probably be able to read them. Let's take that off. Alan said late night. Yes. Well, actually, no. 1 o'clock. This is usually me just thinking about whether I should go to bed early or not. MBK said good evening. Okay. Richard agreed that a lot of people do this. Unfortunately, that was so long ago, I don't know what it was. There's Emma saying hello to MBK and to Richard. Yeah, could have said hello to the host, but that's okay. Well, I won't even bring it up. There's MBK saying hello back. There's Boot saying Ryder's a punk. Nothing more. I'll disagree with you. I think he's more than a punk. I think he's got much worse characteristics than that. Oh, there, Emma got around to me. Thank you, Emma. Let's see. Expecting every. Oh yeah. Well, I think you meant to say expert. I typo all the time. Expert in everything. Lawyer, child care worker, doctor, cop. You know what he knows. Yeah, that's another thing I love when. Now I gotta say, and I'd love to sit down and talk to Killa sometime. I like his show that he does, but I'm not a total fan of all the ways that he presents it. But from watching all those Chris clips over there at Killa's, I love how he is constantly telling cops how to do their job. You know, it's like you're supposed to do this. It's like everybody he knows their job better than they do. Let's see. Ryder is the lowest form of human. I wouldn't go so far as to call him the lowest, but he's down there. Sorry. Yep, expert. Muckster, you really watch this guy that much? Seems unproductive. Actually, no, I don't watch him that much, but I've been seeing a lot of him because I find Killamilla entertaining, and he's been concentrating on Chris. Although there's a lot of nights I don't watch the full Killa because I can't take that much Chris at a time. It's kind of like the same thing with Todd. I don't watch Todd, but I see a lot of Todd because I like Hill Pirates. And of course, Chris has been on our panel, so I have that. As you saw, that clip I just showed was from Chris visiting here, and I'm pretty sure that was Chris visiting here after he was here the other time and said he would never be back. In fact, I remember his exact words on that one was, "Finkel, I love you, but I'll never talk to you again." I mean, that's a little strange. He has said that I was upset because they took my uncle away when he assumed I had been sexually abused as a child. Okay. I had to remember what the YouTube ism was. Yeah, I saw Yins over in chat. I wasn't following exactly. I saw Yins going back and forth. Something about you said my father, and you said my aunt, whatever it was. So that's yeah. See, he's another one of those guys that thinks he knows what's in other people's minds. Oh, actually, yeah, I did one. I did one earlier, Donna. It's out there. I didn't get to it till around I think it was around 6 o'clock today. So yeah, if you check, it'll be under lives. Uh, since he rents seems like a repair, they should cover if broke, like he claims. Yeah, and it's funny that I heard people talking about him being a renter. I thought he was supposed to have a lot of money, but I'll tell you one of the times that I started. I mean, somebody had texted me a little bit ago. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, when I started to sort of move away from Chris was when I saw him asking people to give him money to help feed his horses. I mean, people can do what they want with their money. I disagree with the way Finkel throws his money away, but it's just that on to me, asking people to pay for your horses, it's like if you can't support your horses, then you should be selling them, not asking other people to take care of them. It's the same as asking for people to give you money for your pets or whatever. People that say they need money because their kids are sick or something, that's different. Although I'm suspicious of anybody that says they need money. I am going to put my link out there because I got a text from somebody that might have something interesting to add. So I'm not putting this out in general. This will be just for that one person. They know who they are if they are listening and still want to come up. So let's see, let's continue on with this. I do agree with Finkel. It actually looks like an interior door. Yeah, there was nothing there. And especially, it's like right after he says, "This is how we sleep at night." So why would you not think that was the bedroom door? Uh, then during Finkel's premiere, he said, "My dad." Then HPS, he made the comment, "You wanted me to say uncle." Um, I will support Chris and Tiffany till the day I die. Okay. I'll tell you, I like Tiffany, and I hope good things happen for Tiffany. But I'm just tired of Chris. Um, yeah, I didn't see no window. He claimed when I said about that, he goes, "There, yes, there's a window." And that video didn't show a window. Tiffany isn't much of a mother. I'm not weighing in on that because I have no idea. I don't have the details of what has happened with all that stuff. With the all, all I hear about it is from people from GS's crowd, and that's not a very good source. So I don't know if she really is back on child support. I don't know if her kids were taken away. All I know for sure is her one son apparently is living with them now. Let's see. He has a 2x4 on his side, but looks at the door. Yeah. If the door opens out, the 2x4 on the inside isn't going to help much, is it? He isn't going to do well in prison. Yeah, and I don't even know how serious any of this lawsuit crap is either. And I will say this: I said it the other day. So, um, well, I said it in chat over at Killis. People are calling Chris a pedo because that one picture of him with the kid, which didn't look bad to me, and also supposedly there's something about the daughter sitting on his lap. I'm sorry, none of that screams pedo to me. Now, there supposedly is something that he made some sort of off-color comment. I'd like to see the video on that for myself. But just that picture where the kid's laying in bed playing his game, and Chris did a selfie with him. Chris wasn't actually in the bed with him. He just like went over. I'm sorry. I've actually slept with my nephews, so you want to call me a pedo? Go ahead. And I say slept as in slept. Um, I'm here. I'm going to choose. Here it is. My choice is new Coke. There's no window and looks exactly like the cheap hollow door I just bought to put on my daughter's closet. Yeah, it didn't look like a real sturdy door, did it? And then, hey, Dawn, it shouldn't be an exterior door. You think a contractor would know this. Okay. Let's see. Summer wanted to come in. It's not who I put it out for, but I'll see. Summer has something to add. Wow, why are we so small?
Hello.
Hey, Summer.
Hey, so today, Amongster, we've known each other since the old panel we used to hang out at, and I met
Yeah.
Sarge through you, and you guys have supported me, and I've came in over and hang out with you all. And I know there's been a lot of stuff going on. I come over, I kind of just chill, whatever. Well, this morning I woke up to a bunch of messages in my Facebook Messenger from Chris, and he's like going on and on about weren't you down, because when Crosgrove is one of the officers that was involved in the Breonna Taylor stuff. So when he got moved down and to Carrollton County, I think it is, we went down and protested. You know what I mean? I went down, I protested, I came back up. Like because it was just about putting pressure on him. I found public safety's video one day because he had pulled a bunch of paperwork on like Cosgrove and all of them. And that was like the first time I had really seen auditing stuff because I didn't really know about auditing stuff. You know what I mean? Like I knew about
Yeah.
protesting and shit like that, but like whatever. So anyway, so I reach out to him a couple of times and I'm like, hey, I think it's cool what you've done. Thanks for pulling the paperwork on Cosgrove, because he did that on his own before I even met him. I'm kind of giving the backstory. Sorry, guys. So he's like going on and on about like, weren't you down there and all this other stuff? And I was like, yeah, I was down there. I was like, but like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, you're hanging with the people and all the racist people that are involved in all this. And that's who's stalking me. And I was like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about. And I really don't know what's going on with him, because when he was going through his shit, I was involved with, as you know, you probably overseeing, I had a stalker that was driving me crazy and I was going through all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So I didn't have time to worry. And I was raging out, and Monkster knows because I did it to him because I was going through a lot of shit. You know what I mean? So I wasn't getting involved with other people's drama. So I didn't know what was going on with him. I didn't even know what was like Sarge and them were hanging out. I don't know where Monkster and them hang out at. When I come over here, I hang out with them and then I leave, and then they might pop in and check on me and then they leave. Like, I don't keep up track with every single person, what they're doing. So then he keeps on. So then I go to, I start a live because I'm like, no. I don't do stuff in private with people because I know how that shit can be twisted and all this other weird shit. You know what I mean? And so he comes over to the chat and he's like, he basically says, he's like talking shit like why I won't get involved and have his back and how nobody in Louisville supports him and all this other shit. And I'm like, dude, first of all, we have a lot of shit to worry about. I don't even know what the fuck is going on with him. I just know he's got a bunch of shit. He's always got a bunch of shit going on. So then in the process of it, he brings up the stalker dude that like I have a case with. He's like, yeah, so I heard you had something new with Kendrick being arrested. Yeah, because I'm his victim. Why would you say that? Why would he even, what in his fucking ever-living mind would make him think this man's still in jail for the shit that he's done for not just me, but 2 other victims? Like, what are you talking about? What would make you think you could come in my chat because you think I'm not supporting you and use my abuser against me? Then he goes on to sit there and say, he's calling me crazy and all this shit because I'm like, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you know how I am, Monkster. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Then when he used the soccer against me, of course that triggered me. I'm shaking even thinking about it because it's just like, how could you fucking do that? So then he goes on and he's like, oh, well, you just must be in it for the money. Okay, so he's seen Sarge donate to me. Guess what? I hate to break it to you guys, but Ariel, Monkster, and Sarge have supported me since I've met them. Even through all of my growth spurts and downfalls and everything, they support the work that I do because they know it's genuine. They know it's whatever. I don't do shit for the fucking money. I don't hang out with them because they donate to me. Me and Munster have gotten into it, and we're probably always going to get into it and come back together. Like, I don't kiss their ass. They don't kiss my ass. That's not the relationship we got. They believe that people should be helped, and they see that I'm helping people. And you're a lowlife, Chris. You're a fucking lowlife to sit here and use a woman's, I'm a trafficking survivor. You say that this stuff went on with Kendrick because I was posting stuff on my Facebook. Then he's still in jail. How dare you? Because you have shit going on and you can't handle your shit to sit here and try to drag me into some shit, dude. And then, like I said, to sit there and try to use my abuser, like, dude, that's not cool. And what if they donate to me? Has nothing to do with anything except they believe in the work that I do. To sit there and try to say I'm in it for money because I won't get involved with your bullshit. Sorry, dude. I have a lot on my fucking plate.
Let me mention a couple of things.
Don't ever use an abuser against a woman. Sorry. Go ahead, Munster. And I hate to do this on your all's panel, but like, I don't understand why he even came after me this morning.
Well, see, you're totally on subject though, because that's what we're talking about is Chris being such a piece of shit. But a couple of things, like when you said about him saying, well, you're hanging out with those people and they're the ones that are doing this to me. That's him. Everything is always about him. And I mentioned earlier something else that he has in common with Todd, who is another person that I have a lot of fun with. And that's something that him and Todd have in common is if they see you hanging out with somebody they don't like, they lump you in. It's like me and Finko have talked about this before. One of my earliest videos I did, I called it something like, if you like Susie, you can't like me. That's like a high school girl shit thing where, oh, Summer, you're friends with Teresa? Well, you can't be my friend then because I hate Teresa.
Well, Monster, you don't know this, but there has been people like, me and you've had our little tits and tats, whatever. But like, I have respect for you. I fuck, I like with you. I fuck with you. That's how I talk, whatever. You know what I mean? But there's been times where me and you've had little spits and spats, and people from these circles that I don't know have emailed me and been like, whatever. Like Monkster's a bad person. I don't email them back. I don't, because I'm not. No.
And
Like, I've known you for a long time. If anything, we have more like a big brother, little sister. Like, I'm gonna, like I can get on your last nerve sometimes, and you can whatever because we have disagreements. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna go behind your back and be like you're a fucking. You know what I mean? Like, no. And I
that's the
don't
way
have
I.
anything to do with any of this shit. Like, I come and I will always, and I'm going to continue to support Sarge because I think he's fucking cool. I'm going to continue to support you and Ariel and Killer because I think what you guys are doing is cool.
By
Even if
the
you
way,
never came and donated to me again, that doesn't stop me from being your friends.
you should see some of the fights I've had with my actual little sister. The other thing I wanted to mention to people
Your sister's
who,
kind of cool, by the way. I've talked to her before.
yeah, actually, we lost her in May.
Are you serious? I did not know that. I'm so sorry.
I lost my older brother and my baby sister within a month of each other. But anyway,
I'm sorry.
what was that? Oh, for people that don't know you, when you were saying about, you know, you actually you raise money for a purpose and stuff. Let me just say, first of all, the big donation Sarge made that one time was to the Amazon, what do you call it? Like,
The Amazon wish
wish
list.
list.
He ordered items, and the
Yeah.
items were delivered to me.
So it was actual items. So it wasn't like saying, here's Summer, here's a bunch of cash. It was actual items that were needed for these homeless people. And the other thing I'll say is, yes, Summer, she does what she can to get donations and that, and have people donate on her channel. But I know it goes to the actual charity, unlike some other charities I'm not too sure of, because she works to raise more money to spend on these
Yeah, because
people.
I don't have to work. I could stay at home and take care of my
Yeah.
household, but I work to help people.
And the other thing I always remember, because I used to go on the ride-alongs, we call it, where when Summer would go out on Wednesdays and she'd film. And well, I'll just mention this one thing I noticed right away with them is she doesn't actually show the people she's helping. She doesn't use the people, but you'll hear her like talking to them. But one of the things I saw in one of the first videos was somebody said to her, "Do you have any jackets?" And she said, "Oh no, we're all out." And you know how people say about they'll give you the shirt off their back? She took off the fucking sweatshirt she was wearing and gave it to that person. So yes, Summer has a real charity. She really is out for helping people. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, yeah, and that's what people miss. Like, yes, there was I got a big donation, but it was items. And then you guys see me if you join on Wednesday nights on Hot Mess Summer. Same shameless plug. On Wednesday nights at 5 o'clock, you could literally see me give this stuff out too. You know what I mean? So it's just, but regardless of all of that, like why Chris decided out of all this time to sit here and hit me up like I was gonna come and get into some charade with him when I've made it very clear that I'm not getting involved with this. This stuff is not my fight. I have I have enough fights of my own in real life and in, online. And the person that he liked to throw in my face this morning, I guess that he thought that was cute or something. Like, who does that? Who sits there and knows enough to know that I put somebody in fucking jail? So they probably are not a good person, and they're still there, by the way. So they're probably not a good person. What would make you think to throw that in somebody's face? The
Well,
fuck
that's
out of here. He never did anything for me directly. When he pulled that paperwork for Cosgrove, that had nothing to do with me or Brianna's family.
oh
We
yeah,
knew
that was
nothing
for
about
his
that.
own
We
thing.
didn't know him then. So he's acting like he owes me a fucking favor. You don't owe me shit. It was my fucking neighborhood they came in and shot up. You don't owe me a goddamn thing.
Well,
Brianna's death gave you a fucking click and view. You don't owe me shit. Or I don't owe you a
exactly.
goddamn thing. The trauma those police did to me and Brianna's family and the rest of the fucking neighbors, are you fucking kidding me? Check your goddamn self. You did stories on our shit, on our fucking trauma. And you're going to think you have the audacity to tell me I owe you something? Get the fuck out of here, dude. And to use
Well,
my
then-
abuser, the same person that also tortured fucking Brianna's family? Yeah, you better check yourself, dude, because you don't want that fight with me.
Well, that's like
The
he
last motherfucker
made.
that picked a fight, he's still sitting in jail. Don't play with me.
It's like he made. Someone sent me
Sorry.
that comment he made about Sarge's half-dead face. Like you're going to use somebody's physical ailment about him, and now you say about him using your stalker. That's just.
Well,
It's
dude,
so
and then
fucking
in
low.
the email, when he was texting me this, inboxing me this morning, he's like, nobody in Louisville supporting me. Nobody in Louisville knows who the fuck you are. Why we are dealing with real shit. Why do we don't know who you are? You interviewed D, which you should probably have done your research on before, whatever. But he acts like people in Louisville owe him something. The fuck do we owe him?
He always thinks
He needs
everybody
monetized, right?
knows
He
all
made
about
money
him.
off our
Yeah.
stories.
Yep.
I don't owe you a goddamn thing, homie. The fuck? So again, I apologize, but I'm just like this.
No.
It's just mind blowing because nobody understands it because nobody outside of here understands what's going on. You know what
No,
I mean? But I was just like, really?
I'm glad you came up because I was, I was here making fun of Chris and putting him down for the way, but mine was like petty shit. I mean, you're showing real shit about. I mean, that's I
Yeah, that
can't
happened this
believe.
morning. I blocked him on Facebook and I blocked him on my YouTube. And then and Tiffany comes to chat. She's like, I don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on, but you're in the same house with him. Get the fuck out of here, dude. No, I'm sorry. My husband, which is in the next room, is not doing anything, especially especially in the height of, because I think about, okay, well, they're going through some pretty serious shit, whatever. I don't know what's going on with them because I haven't looked into it because guess what? I'm trying to survive my own crazy person. And we put a cop away. So you think Cosgrow's the least of our worries. He's the one out of all of them. He's the least of our fucking worries. The fuck out of here, dude. I'm not arguing on the fucking internet with people. They came in our neighborhood. Like I said, you're monetized, dude. Because I know you're fucking listening. You're monetized. You got paid off of the trauma that happened to my neighborhood. So if any motherfucking thing, yeah, you might want to pipe the fuck down.
Let me just say to anybody out there right now, like Killa's here, and Killa is not a fan of Chris whatsoever. Feel free to clip, share anything you want from this tonight. Spread this around. Let people know what this guy is really like.
When he wrote, I heard you put Kendrick in jail, I almost shit myself. Because it was like, really? You think you can a man that tortured me and tortured Breonna Taylor's family as well. That's and other victims. He hit a girl online. And that's the name you want to drop in my chat. Oh, you little tink tink. Keep playing with me. Like for real. He really set some triggers off today. Like that's just wild. I can't believe he did that shit. And he may not think it's nothing, and other people might think it's nothing. But for me, it's a very big deal.
Oh, I mean, I've never gone through anything like that, and I think it's a big deal. Yeah, it's just, God, that is just so fucking low. But you see, he's just a huge narcissist. Everything is about him. Everything has to relate to him. Like that saying, "Oh, people in Louisville don't support me." Why the fuck would they know who he was?
Well, that was the thing when he wrote, "I'm not getting support from Louisville." I'm like, dude, who not, outside of D. Garrett and two other chicks, which don't even live in Louisville. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're definitely plugged in, but like, I don't mean, who? Why would they know you? And like I said, when
God,
I found his YouTube channel, and I was like, oh, okay, this dude, this is cool what he did with the paperwork, auditing or whatever the hell he did, pulling paperwork on Cosgrove. I was like, that's dope. I reached out to him a couple different times. I didn't get shit back. I look up and he's, you know what I'm saying, interviewing D. Garrett, which, like I said, he probably should do his homework because he's an abuser as well. So nobody fucks with him. Just saying. It's funny how narcissistic weirdos just tend to support each other when they say they don't know about it, but it's funny how the universe works.
yeah.
I just really was dumbfounded when he did that shit this morning. I was just like, you've got to be fucking kidding me right now, dude. Like, this is what that's what I woke up to this morning. I get up, I check my messages, and that's in there. And I'm just like, the audacity, like the privilege you have. Imagine somebody you did a story, a situation, an incident that happened with a woman being killed by police. And you have the audacity to think that even a neighbor owes you anything. Oh, okay. Got it. And you think Louisville protesters that deal with police brutality every day and were fucked up all 2020 owe you something? Oh, okay. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Seriously. He bumped his head today. Anywho, holler. These people are crazy, man. So how's everything else going?
Yeah. My life just rolls along.
I know, right? I be trying to avoid bullshit, but it just kind of has a magnet. I have
Well,
my
you know,
panel going. They're going crazy. I just let them go crazy.
you know what my thing is anymore with, and I don't care about a lot of the YouTube drama, but there's certain sections I sort of have a minor connection with and stuff. But my thing now is I don't care who the source is. If you want me to know something, show me the fucking video. You know, if somebody says, oh, this person went and did that,
Right.
show me the video, because so much of this is just people talking about other people they don't like. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. It's I've learned to just kind of not let the shit get to me, and I'm not crashing out as much. And I don't know. I let them do their thing. They like the drama shit. Although as long as they're not like doing too much, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I stop by your place periodically. I'll drop a like and watch for a bit to give you the watch hours. But yeah,
I
I'm not
appreciate
big.
it.
I'm not big on the some panels with people doing a lot of yelling and stuff anymore, which is a little ironic because people say, "But Muxter, you yell at people all the time." You know, well,
It's
it's a little
different when you're
different.
doing the yelling, when you're in the room that's being yelled. And so I have two channels because just for a right. The Hot Mess
Yeah,
channel is more a community channel. It's more real life talks. And usually when I do panels over there, we're talking about real things that are affecting people. But then I do, because I deal with a lot of heavy stuff. I'm a human trafficking survivor, but now I do a lot of work in the anti-human trafficking movement, the homeless movement. I look for missing kids. I do all kinds of different shit. So I have to have a release. I like a little drama. I like to talk a little shit. So we
correct.
also have our crazy panel. And I try to keep the
Cor-
two separated.
correct me if I'm wrong, but for the people out there in audience land, if I'm not mistaken, didn't you once speak at the UN?
Yes, I've spoken at the United Nations multiple times. I was at the FC trial. We did we organized a lot of survivors came in all over nationally. We did a big rally while the court case was going on. I've done a lot of pretty cool stuff. I used to run a shelter, but I'm more needed on the streets right now. So that's kind of where my office is these days, being boots on the ground, helping missing kids and homeless people. But yeah, I'll probably do some wintertime. I do some speaking. So like I travel around, like even the state of Kentucky. I've spoken in a lot of different places. And I just came back from I was in DC. I think what a year ago. So I took a little bit of break because I needed to heal from just life. And so I'm kind of getting back into the swing of things. And so I've had some people come ask me to speak. So I travel pretty much. I'll go anywhere and speak. What I do is I speak on my story and just the effects of human trafficking, even after you've been trafficked. So
That it is important because I think a lot of people, I mean, I can speak for myself, um, we don't realize how much of it goes on in America. A
yeah,
lot of this stuff you think, oh, that's going on, like in Pakistan or whatever, but
yeah,
how much of it actually is happening here.
yeah. There's you have international trafficking and then you have domestic trafficking, just like terrorism, right? You have domestic terrorism, you have um international stuff. But yeah, a lot of people, because what it is especially nowadays, it's being done in a grooming situation and even through the internet and different things like that. And people just don't recognize it. They're waiting for the white van to come up. They're waiting for, and why those things happen. The white van theory is not necessarily always trafficking. It could be kidnapping is kidnapping, and there's different things. And so people tend to bunch the things together and not realize the grooming process is what people need to really pay attention to, because kids get groomed all the time. I mean, everybody gets groomed, right? Like that's why you have tons of people that are going to go on Black Friday and trample each other for a fucking TV that is there every day of the week. You know what I mean? So the grooming process happens all the time, but you really have to pay attention with our kids. And online, it's really big right now. We've done stings from time to time. I've been involved in some of those. So I can tell you that it's really, really bad, and people just need to pay attention. If your kid's coming home with a bunch of money, or like, get to know where they're at. And being a helicopter parent is not what I'm saying, because if you do that, you can also set your kid up for failure. Just put a key line of communication and pay attention.
Well, like you talk about the helicopter parent, something I noticed, it's just, I mean, it's different, but I remember when I went to college, whenever you'd see a freshman girl that was just a big time party girl, if you got to know them, I swear nine times out of 10, they'd be somebody that their parents didn't let them date all through high school, wouldn't let them do. And once they got out of the house, they just sort of, boom, went nuts. So, like being too much, I just can't imagine. I often think about this kind of thing. If I was a parent, that's a tough line to walk. You want to protect your kids, but you can't just put them in a glass box, you
Right. Well,
know.
especially today's world, right? Like there's so much technology and so much kids have so much access that we just didn't have, right? And so if you can create a safe zone where your kids can come talk to you and have that open line communication and have real life conversations that are up to date, right? Because I get it. A lot of people are like, well, I don't want da 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 da. Okay, I get that, but guess what? This ain't when you were a kid. Thank God this wasn't when you were a kid. And unfortunately, I wish it was, because it was a lot safer back then. But there's a lot of different things and a lot of different tactics that are set up for predators to be able to get easy access to our kids. And so if you have open dialogue with them and conversation with them, they come to you. And plus, like I said, pay attention. Like, listen, I don't give a fuck. You're in my house. I pay the bills. Like, so there is no privacy. I'm gonna be in your business. Like, I don't believe in that. I'm not, I'm a young, I'm not young, but I'm a younger mom, I guess. And I believe in old school shit. So, but I also believe in real life conversations. And, my kids come talk to me about everything. And I've been able to help their friends even because of that, because their friends don't have anybody to talk to. So they need somebody. And then, my kids come tell me and I'm able to help them. But yeah, grooming's a big thing, dude. Like, it's bad. And it's really, really bad all over. And in the rural areas, like the familial trafficking that goes on, and that's family that traffic their kids. It could be for rent, it could be for drugs, it could be for anything. You know what I mean? It's it's bad.
Well, like you say, it was safer years ago, but then in other ways it wasn't. Because speaking to
Right.
someone who was born in the 19th century, you know, people didn't talk about anything. Our whole educational process about watching out for child molesters and stuff was don't take candy from strangers.
Right.
And as a kid, you're thinking, but why? I like candy. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But nobody would talk about, and so much of that stuff when things did happen, it was like hidden. It was a dirty little secret,
Yep.
and the kids were made to feel like they were at fault for it. And so, like you say, in some ways the world wasn't as bad, but in other ways it was like
Well,
worse.
I
At
guess
least now there's.
let me clarify that, because that still actually even goes on today, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Like, that's a big thing. I mean, I use the example of, like, there's always that one creepy uncle in people's family, and instead of telling that uncle to go away and don't come around because we know you're a fucking problem because for generations you hurt people, like, we tell the kids, just don't go sit by him, and it's like, no, you're teaching a child to conform at a very young age. And what I mean by safer, I guess the internet aspect of it,
Yeah, yeah.
because the dirty little secrets in families, unfortunately, is still going very strong to this day, unfortunately.
The
um
internet definitely makes it easier for them to
Yeah, that
find
brings the
victims.
predator. Like, there's one app that, like, well, everybody knows, most people know about the calculator app, where kids can get the calculator app. They can hide all the other apps, so they'll hide their social medias and stuff. They'll make fake social medias, so it's good to get updated on your social media stuff. It's also good to be updated on language, what kids use. I talk a lot of, and monsters heard me. Sometimes I can talk very street, right? But I do that because I'm so used to, because I'm on the streets 24/7. I'm interacting with young people 24/7. So I know the lingo and I understand the lingo. You and understand the emojis, because it'll tell you a lot about the conversation your kids are having with people. Because they'll have a whole emoji conversation and you won't even know what they're saying if you don't know what they mean. So that's just a free little tit for tat, on your kid. Gotta always be one step ahead of them. But
Yeah, I'm totally
yeah,
lost with
I have to learn every day, because I'll be like, hold on, what did you just say? What is going on? Um, but I want to know what, I want to be able to know what they're saying, because kids talk a lot of code, and especially when they're texting and stuff. So you know
yeah.
what I mean. It's important to know that kind of stuff, so you can see the signs. And then sometimes, unfortunately, you don't see the signs at all, and it's stuff that just happens. And when stuff, like, if anything does happen, I think the biggest mistake a family could make is not getting that child the help they need right then and there. I'm a huge advocate for that, because I didn't get that. I was always like, just get over it, you'll be fine, this, that, and my abuse started at 5. That should have never, you know what I mean? So get the help. Don't be ashamed of getting the help.
I actually I had a good friend that her mother basically, she was like really young when it happened, and her mother basically gaslighted her to where
Hmm.
she thought it was, for a long time she thought it was like a nightmare or something. And
Yep.
finally, like when she got older, I think it was actually her brother, she said something to her older brother, and he said yes, that actually happened. you know
Mm.
and I thought, man, I'd love to I'd love to have a talk with her mother, but she lived across the ocean, so that never happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, people again.
Maybe
Well,
I'll come back one day and we'll do we can do a little show or something about certain things, just give people, I don't know, some
yeah.
different tips and shit and just talk about whatever. Because I do have to get back over to my panel. I got to check on the crazy people. I forgot I'm running a panel. But I do want to come over and talk about that and plus, chill with you for a second because it's been a minute. But
Yeah,
thank
that would be a good idea. Do a little informational panel.
yeah, we
When
could do
I
something like that. I'd be down for that.
okay.
I'd be down for that. All right, we'll we'll
Thanks
figure
for
something
coming up.
out. Most
Yep.
definitely. Thanks for letting me come up and vent a little bit because that shit was crazy this morning.
Oh,
I
I'm
still
glad you
can't
did.
believe he used, like, of all people, when he wrote that name in that chat, I was just like, you've got to be fucking kidding me right now. Chris, that was not a smart idea. Like, you do not use an abuser in a conversation where you think you're going to hold some weight because that just
Well,
shows everything about you, dude. Everything.
it's that like to me. I'll tell you, there's been times when you've said stuff where it's like, oh, you don't talk to an abuser that way, and I would think, well, how would we know that? You know what I mean? But like
Right.
with this, it just seems like
Yeah.
common sense. Why would you throw that at somebody?
And
You know, it
also,
just
the whole ain't Louisville's not supporting Louisville don't know who you are, dude. Like besides
yeah.
a handful, like not even a handful of people, like the main people that would do the support don't know who you are. So to sit there and just be like you have this privilege, like we're supposed to be at your fucking beck because you're arguing with some fucking racists. Dude, arguing with racists is the bottom of our fucking list right now. I can promise you. We're busy trying to put fucking cops in jail. So I'm sorry that we are not at your beck and call, dude, but we didn't ask the police to come in our neighborhood and fucking kill Breonna Taylor. So think about that. All right. Holler.
Yep.
Thanks, Buckster.
We'll
I'll
see
talk to
you.
you later, babe. Bad chat. Holler.
Um. So folks, I am like wide awake now, so I'm going to put it out there again. If anybody else wants to come up and chat for a while, feel free. And by the way, a couple people came in along the way I didn't say hello to, but I think I mentioned Kella and who's here, and hello also Angel. Hey Kella.
What's up, Mike? How you living, brother?
All right.
I just want to say thanks for all the support and all the shit you make me, man. I really do appreciate it a lot.
Well, I enjoy your show. I've always wanted to talk to you because and again, this is me, okay?
Yeah, I know.
I won't tell you how to do your thing, but the only thing that turns me off with you, because I really like you like how you'll do the thing where you'll get like an old video to show the difference between like what's being said now or whatever. But like I just sort of get turned off by all the like Furburger comments and stuff like that. I think it cheapens what you're doing, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I get that, and I do appreciate the comments. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh, don't tell me how to run my fucking channel, Muckster. Fuck you, right there.
But and the only reason I bring it up, and again, I mean, it's my perception. I don't know, maybe people think I can be a bit of a prude or whatever, but I think if it wasn't for that, your channel would be great instead of just good because of the way you go after things. I think is really good. But hello, MBK. Hello, Angel.
Hello. How y'all doing?
I'll let other people talk.
Well, I do appreciate the constructive criticism.
Okay, that's enough. I want to talk now. Now, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I do appreciate the constructive criticism. Like I said, I'm new to this shit. You know what I mean? I just am who I am, and yeah, I curse a lot, even in my real life when I work. It's funny because I don't advertise at all like 1,000 plus of my customers all know who I am and what they're going to expect when they walk through the door because they got recommended by somebody else. So, yeah, you know, I mean, in some of the pruder areas, like when I have to do jobs up in Princeton and shit, I hate up there. I work for a federal court judge. I did baseboard heat for her up there. Her house froze like a year later. An insurance company came in and replaced all the other shit. Left mine because it looked good, and then when mine started leaking, she's like, "You got to come fix it." I'm like, "Nah, bitch, nah." I'm like, "The insurance company paid for that to be replaced already, so you got to call the other people back." Like,
You
but
unclogged a judge's toilet?
oh, yep, that's all I do is flush turds. That's right.
Shit
Sorry,
stirred.
yeah, sorry, Ryder, I'm not a contractor like you. But like I told you, like when we were texting emails and whatnot, it's I think too many people in America just see shit on their side and aren't willing to listen because they have so much hate for whether it's fucking Trump or whatever dickhead politicians out there. Like
They're all dickheads.
but even the shit with like GS or Ryder, like the people
Yeah.
that like Ryder, it's because they're like, well, I don't like GS and Ryder's going after GS, so I'll ride with Ryder, even though like he's obscene too. It's like
Yeah.
we're all
Well,
shitbags in our own way.
Let me say this for the edification of other people. And first of all, I'd love for me and you to co-host a panel on this sometime. But what happened was in Killen's thing the other day when what he was talking about with Ryder, I made the comment in chat, you know, if you would replace Chris with GS, you people would see things totally differently. And of course, a bunch of people jumped on me because 80% of Killa's audience are people that came from GS. But Killa said, no, I see what you're saying, you know, and that it is something that's very prevalent in society now. Like you said, people who support Trump, they just can't see any other thing. And people who hate Trump cannot possibly see anything good in him.
Exactly.
And like GS and Chris is sort of a little microcosm of the same thing. You hate GS, so anything Chris does is bad, you know, and vice versa. But anyway, go ahead. I think Angel, you wanted to say something?
Well, they can both be dickheads, right? Like
Yeah.
everybody can be a dickhead.
Well, I personally, I think GS and Chris have an awful lot in common, and neither one of them recognizes it.
Like I always say, I'm my own special breed of asshole. You know? But I also hate that a lot of these people try throwing you in another camp. Like because like I hang out with GS, so if GS says something that I don't agree with, just because I don't go, oh no, I don't call him out on it, then everybody, you co-sign for that.
Yeah.
No, that's what he said. If I didn't say anything about it or respond back in a positive way, that means you don't know my views on it. I just kept my fucking mouth shut. Like,
Well, you know, that's something that was one of the first things I noticed about you before you started doing your own thing. I'd see you sometimes on GS's panel, and he would say something, and you'd go, "No, actually, I don't think that's what they meant."
Yeah.
And I thought, "Oh my God, somebody's actually willing to, you know, say no. I think you're wrong on something," you know. And I admired that about you to do that, you know.
but
Hey,
even-
Muckster, could I ask you to do me a favor one day?
Probably not. I don't know you that well, but give it a try.
Well, you had Summer up here. I was trying to get up here when Summer was up here, and I wanted to talk to her about a few things because she was there that day with all this that Chris is going on about within Carrollton, and I
Yeah.
want her to. I want to talk to her about it.
I think she has her email on her channel.
Okay.
She
I
said
just
she's
wanted-
running her own panel right now too, right?
Yeah, she now I put up her main channel before, but she has another one called Talk Your Ish, which is probably what they're where they are right now, and that's the one that's sort of more open conversation. Because her other one is like tied to her charity. So
Yeah.
yeah, like you could go and she'll let anybody up on talk
I
your
was
issue.
just,
The only
I
only
was just
problem
trying to.
is a lot of times there's people that won't let you talk.
MBK, I posted her email in the back chat.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to find somebody neutral. That way they can't say that it went either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what
Because
you're talking about when you guys said "fuck Black Lives Matter" and he beeped it and tried saying that you guys were screaming the N word at him.
exactly, and I don't hate nobody. It's like I've said before. My grandchildren are biracial, and by him saying that I'm racist, they have been harassed at school, and that's not right. I mean, they're just kids. You know, he's
So you're
always talking about
not
his
a member of
kids.
the KKK then?
No,
Okay.
I am in a militia. I won't lie about that, which I haven't been active in it probably in about a year because I've been taking care of my grandkids. But you know, that don't make me a bad person because I've went to places that helped with natural disasters and stuff.
Well, it doesn't help that our country was literally founded on fucking militias.
I mean, I don't hate nobody.
Hey, Mrs. Reaper. Um,
Why
yeah,
did you say fuck Black Lives Matter then? Just curious.
I didn't say it.
Oh, okay.
I said go home pedophile because there
Oh,
was one walking with him. And I'm sorry for saying that on your channel. I apologize.
let me just say, I do not worry about any of those YouTube safe words.
Okay. But
Murder,
that's what I
murder,
said.
rape, pedophile, sexual abuse, what else? But yeah, I'm not monetized, so I don't worry about it.
Okay.
I don't like, now, there's certain words I don't like one of them that starts with N.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I
but
agree.
other than that, yeah. Um, well, let me say this about the and I mean I get bothered if someone yells fuck Black Lives Matter and that, but I will say you can hate the organization without being a racist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not.
I mean,
okay. I just going by what somebody had
but
just
I've
said.
never said the word he said. The word he said on this channel, I have never said to anyone. And that's what kills me is he actually said it, but he's acting like he's still a little good schoolgirl.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I hated Black Lives Matter from the beginning of the organization. I seen where it was going. All them race baiting, Whitey's keeping us down. It just causes more hate and division within the country. Just like fucking this whole beef between the Democrats and Republicans. All it does is like sanction us into smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller groups. Now, all these little groups are hating each other for no reason. Why our government's just dancing around us in circles, fucking taking all of our money. Even now. Fucking what? The government shut down, but they're still getting fucking paid. You know what I mean? Their family's still eating, but all the poor people kick
No
rocks.
snap November.
Yeah.
You
I'll tell
know,
you what, if we ever all stood up together, united, I don't care what color you are, we all stood up united, ain't nobody gonna take us over. The government ain't gonna have a chance.
besides the fact that Congress is still getting paid, did you know that they get a $79 a day uh, food allowance
Yeah,
whenever they're in session?
the
Wow.
stipend, yeah.
Yeah,
Stipend. Yeah.
but but God forbid some single mother or two gets her food stamps this month because that'll ruin the country.
Yeah.
And our war machine's still up and running.
Yeah,
It's all fucking backwards. Like I said, that's why when I was talking to you in the email, people just gotta wake the fuck up, right? Like we're being played by so much, and I'm a firm believer that whether Trump was in the office or not, the outcome would have been the same. They already had a plan. It's just how they got us to the end goal within that 4 years is different because of Trump. If it was I can't even remember that bitch's name. It's fucking, I'm tired.
Kamala.
Yeah, if it was Kamala, it would have been a little bit more smoother. It would have been a little bit more nicer, but it would have ended up in the same bullshit we are now. Our government already has their whole plans laid out before anybody gets into that bullshit CEO office. Right? It's just the way they get us to the end point is just a different tactic.
You know, I was going to say when you were talking about like Black Lives Matter and organizations doing race baiting and stuff, the thing is, though, it's like a catch-22. It's like you speak out and now you're causing problems, you know, and there's always going to be people that are radical, you know, the window breakers or whatever. But then if you don't speak out, how do you address the problem? You know what I mean? It's like it's a hard, I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Because as soon as you speak out against anything, then you because you're white, you automatically get called a racist. You know, I get it. Just like I never liked Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson. Same reason. You know, they're not out there helping the people. They're part of the fucking government movement. They're getting paid all this big fucking money, and they don't do dick back for the quote unquote community they're fighting for. But you best believe if a cop does something bad to somebody in the black community, they're the first ones there acting like they give a fuck. That's always been my issue.
Yeah. I live in Minneapolis, so we went through a lot of that with protests.
Is Jesse still alive?
Jesse Jackson?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Never hear much of him anymore. I remember his son being involved in stuff.
Yeah, he is still alive. He's 84.
Okay.
You know how it is. Shitbags never die.
Yeah.
The shittier you are, the longer you live.
A few years ago, a friend of mine was in the library, and a car pulled up out front, and getting out was my old junior high principal, who was like, 130 years old whenever I had him in school. And my friend said, "Is he still alive?" And I said, "Yeah, some people just don't have the decency to die."
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
But I am glad that people are starting to open their eyes up with Ryder between the Finkel situation and all this dumb shit he's been doing lately, and the way, like you said, that's why I've been trying. Like, I talk my shit about Ryder, but I always play exactly what he did or how he did it. So he can't go, oh, he's a liar. He's this. You notice when he's talking shit about everybody else, he does not want to mention my fucking name at all.
Yeah. I think I'm on their shit list now too, because I was talking back a little bit in
you
chat earlier.
I'll tell you, y'all just starting out. Wait till he gets a little bit heavier on you.
But
yeah,
that's what I like about what you do, Killa, is you don't sit there and just bitch about him. You show him the words coming out of his own mouth,
Yeah.
Well, look how much even his court date the other day. Look how much he lied about what happened in his Zoom court hearing. Oh,
I was in that Zoom hearing.
Yeah. And everything he spun was like he wasn't allowed to pay it because they're trying to lock him up. Not that he had all this time and he never did pay it, and then he got money back, and then this, that, the other. All he
Not
does
that
is
he'd
just
been
spin.
trespassed from the courthouse, I guess, or the clerk's office.
But really, you need 2 years to pay $75 fucking dollars?
Oh, well, we already paid that. They took it out of our money they returned to us. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I'm really fucking high right now.
It's all good. But over the years of watching Ryder, I have not once seen him post actually real receipts from like when he was talking about Ruff, right? Love Ruff or hate Ruff. Ruff told his whole story, all of his fucking shenanigans and whatnot. But then it went from Ruff at 21 robbed an 18-year-old, and then Ryder's trying to go, an 18-year-old child. No, it wasn't a child. Now all of a sudden it's, Ruff robbed a minor. Really, bro? Like, how? Was he going to be 13 next, Ryder? We all know how much you love that fucking number.
I'll tell you, a lot of times we'd laugh. Chris would come on our panel, and he always would have big news that's going to be coming out. You know, it kind of reminds me of Trump that way. Trump always has something he's going to give us in 2 weeks.
It's going
But
to be
anyway,
huge, y'all.
Yeah.
Huge.
but there's always, but I can't talk about it right now because of, my court case. And it's like, well, then why the fuck do you bring it up? He would do that all the time. He was always like hinting at stuff. And, a year later, you still haven't seen whatever the big news was. And again, you've shown that so often.
Yeah. But what? He said Ruff had 7 other charges that he was lying to us about. And he has all the records, and he's going to post all the records. That was a year and a half ago, and he didn't post a fucking thing about these 7 alleged charges. And then even what he did with the DUI guy. Oh, he knew what he was doing, and he fucked us over. He started talking about my active open case. I'm like, not once did you tell Larry, yo, I can't talk about this. It's ongoing. And Larry would have backed off. No, you thought it was going to help you grow, so you rolled with it. And when it backfired, now you're crying. I think your internet's messed up, Muck.
Yeah, I was wondering. It kind of, I didn't know if it was just me that it was frozen here. If you can hear me.
Yeah,
we
I can hear you. We just can't
Yeah, I
hear
can hear
your
you.
head's like
I'll be
down, like
back.
when you were moving.
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I think with you guys here, it'll stay active.
I got you. But MBK, I want to thank you too for letting me use your library of all these fucking videos, man. It's been a real help. I do appreciate it, man.
Oh, you're more welcome to. I'm getting them sorted out, and like I said, more will be coming your way.
Yeah, but yeah, that civic duty one. Oh my god, I never had him on my panel, and then I only had him on my panel once, dude. I didn't realize he lived in Indiana too. So damn well the way he was blowing them on that fucking panel, they were doing shit behind the scenes before all the other stuff went down.
Oh, I guarantee it.
But that's what cracks me up.
That's all I ever want to do is put the truth out. When he wants to lie on people or tell them lies, that's why I put them videos out.
Yeah, it's funny.
I left him alone for 4 months and didn't say a word about him. Didn't get on there, just said hi to people, and then he had to keep putting videos out about me.
You know what?
Are you connected to his situation other than just sorry, I don't know where it was going. Okay. You're just another observer.
He come to Carrollton and caused some trouble and left, and then he started bringing my name up, so he drugged me right back into it.
So Angel Gamer, the only way MBK's connected to it is when Ryder and Tiffany went there to be Karens about a fucking sign. They were there.
Okay.
And then I got hit by a car.
Uh-huh.
You got hit by a car?
In a parking lot, over a flag, over the banner.
Yeah, they did. Ryder and Tiff been doing a lot of fucked up shit for a long time. Like, it's funny how she comes into your, especially like Hill Pirates chat now, and she's like, "Hey y'all, I wish you would leave us alone." But you see all these videos now of her up in guys' faces talking about she's going to bust their fucking nose and fuck their lives up and all this other shit. But now she wants to play the innocent Lily. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Even in the video with the sign, look at. She's talking all that shit, and as soon as the cops get there, you need to talk to him. The way he was acting made me afraid. I'm like, really, bitch?
What really got me, though, was when you showed her saying with her own mouth that she could have gotten her kids back if she had dropped Chris.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Welcome back, Monster.
It's funny though, right? So she was in that DIFUS office for over an hour trying to get all these other people charged with these crimes. And then you find out that it was already unfounded because like the statute, like how long it was before the original complaint happened. It was just that she freaked out within a time, and then someone called about her having like an emotional breakdown about it.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no reason to go to the DIFUS office and fuck with all those people there, besides just making a video about it, to act like CPS is actively fighting against her. That's it. And again, they think just because like they did whatever they had to do for CPS to go, okay, you can have your kids back. Why is it like she acts like, oh, I'm just going to get my kids back now? And like the whole family court system doesn't matter. Like you don't have to go through all the family court and have them grant you visitation and all that other bullshit. They just want to act like it's done and over with now.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Muckster.
Thanks. Thank you for having me.
And then that's my same issue with Tav, Angel Gamer. Tav lied to everybody for 6 months about having the 501c3, being real. When all he had to do was say, I'm waiting for the approval letter. But he didn't. Every time we questioned him about it, he kept doubling down, saying, no, I have it. I have my EIN. You can't have it, though, because it's like a social security number. I can't get it out. And he lied to everybody for 6 months. And then on February, when he finally got the approval letter, then he posted on his community tabs like it was no big deal. I had it the whole time. I was just messing with you guys. So you want to be a legit 501c3, and you either lied to us or now you're saying you were playing games, like, and you're telling me it's not a scam. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. I don't get it at all, man. And then even like, look at Mr. Carey, right? Mr. Carey's been supporting everybody for fucking ever. He always makes funny ass fucking songs about everybody. Doesn't matter if he likes you or not. They're always respectful. Him and his family needed help, but because Tav got butthurt by something Mr. Carey may have not even said, fuck you, Mr. Carey. Well, I could have helped you if you didn't hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
I heard somebody saying something about that was probably what it was. I couldn't remember. It was about Carrie talking shit about somebody, and I said, Carrie never talks shit about anybody. He goes into everybody's chats and is polite to, he goes from like our place to Hill Pirates to Todd and he never like when like if he's like say in Todd's where everybody loves me, you won't see Carrie sitting there talking shit about Buckster so that fit in. You know what I mean? And there's people who do that kind of thing. Carrie is just, he just tries to get along with everybody. So when I heard somebody saying, "Oh, he talks shit about somebody," I was like, "No, that's not our Carrie."
Yeah. But again, how do you want anybody to take you like you're legit? If you want to come on YouTube and you want to act like this big tough guy internet troll, but then when people start talking shit back to you, then you start crying and now you want to sue everybody for slander. You did it to yourself, dude.
And he got so mad at me for sending that screenshot.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Like, what the fuck, dude? If you didn't want it shown, why send it to have Jeff show it on stream? Like, what?
He gets so mad at me because every time he says TikTok, I just laugh at him. He thinks I give a fuck about him because I know his game too. Yeah.
When he says TikTok, all I can think of is Kesha in my head. TikTok on the clock in the back.
I see him say that, and I have no idea what he's even referring to.
He's talking about like waiting for my lawsuits or whatever. Again, so
Okay.
It's like a clock, TikTok.
Yeah. Like time's counting down, Muckster. Time's counting down.
I figured it was something like in that vein, but I didn't know exactly what. I don't know. I have this way of handling Tav. He comes in here, he'll make about 2 comments, and I boot him.
Yeah. Well, I
'Cause,
know
you know,
whenever I know when I get to him because he doesn't stay in my chat that long because I'll start talking shit and then he'll go, "Oh, thank you. Welcome to the Angry Vet Show,
yeah.
winning," and then he's gone. I'm like, yeah, he's sitting there crying, soaking in his tears at home, salting his food.
Well, that's the thing is he's just an attention whore. You know, I don't mind people come in and they'll talk shit, and as long as, like I say, you don't get racist or whatever, fine. But him, all he wants is attention. You know, he just does stupid crap, and
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I don't need you. You're
The only veteran I actually know of him trying to help is Michael Wyatt too, and that didn't turn out very good.
But even then, he dropped the ball because like he was helping Wyatt, and then he stopped helping Wyatt
Yeah.
when Shiz was getting on his board, right? But so Shiz is attacking Wyatt, and then Angry Vet's still in Shiz's chat, and then all of a sudden, then one day Tab was like, "Fuck Shiz," and then he starts helping Wyatt again. But you left him stranded for how long? Like, you can't trust anybody like that.
Yeah.
Mr.
actually,
Carey, I think you're hilarious.
you know, I mean, I don't know if I said this publicly, Carrie, but I know I mentioned it to Ariel and Killing Time. I thought you looked cute in there, bro.
Titties are titties.
Any titty in a storm.
Well, you know what though? I am glad that I'm trying to get like more people together. Like, you know, you see like my chat's like a mixed nut. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With fucking
Yeah.
auditors in there and shit. But that's what I'm trying to tell everybody. I'm like, if you guys are sitting there talking shit to each other in the fucking chat just because someone came in that you dislike, they're not learning anything new. They're too busy fighting with you the whole fucking time instead of
Exactly.
paying attention to what's going on the screen. So if you want to expose Ryder, like you guys got to lay off like the fucking hate shit sometimes. Like,
Yeah, at least you don't scream, call me a slag and a coos and ban me.
yeah, I'll tell you right now, like though, I had a great time playing fucking I have a brain.
Helldivers?
Yes, thank you. I had such a
Yeah.
fucking brain fart. Right? I had a great time playing with you and GS. That was fucking fun
And
as
then
hell.
like one day I was just banned from the Discord and I'm like, what? I wasn't hiding who I was, but
yeah. I don't know. I try being respectful to everybody. Oh shit, Finkel's here. Fuck Finkel.
Run.
Yo,
No.
if Finkel, if you want to talk to me, you gotta give us $500 each. But I don't care about your money.
I'm kicking you out unless you give me $500 to be on my panel.
All right, checks are in the mail.
How's it going,
500
Fink?
pennies.
Hey, those of you who worked the third shift like me, you had a second chance between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Because at 1:59 it rolls over to 1 o'clock.
Oh, that's right.
true. Yeah.
And ironically, the 3-day incident that me and my other shifts have been working just got resolved at the second 1:59 a.m.
Nice.
I haven't had the second 159 yet.
You're what, Central Time or?
Yeah, Central.
Oh, okay. Well, we're most of us are Eastern Time. We do have some folks in Dallas, but they're not important. We're the center of the universe here.
You know, I was thinking earlier today, I was remembering a guy I knew on forum that I used to be on a long time ago. But anyway, he was like a shift supervisor or whatever it was someplace. And he said it was funny, like every spring, about half his crew would come in late and go, "Oh, I missed the time change. I thought we were still on the old time." He said, "But it's funny in the fall, nobody ever comes an hour early."
Yeah. I remember working the third shift at Walmart when I was in high school, just after high school. And we always had to work an extra hour on that daylight savings in the fall, and it sucked.
I got a very tiny screen because my computer's set up for work. I know Muxter's voice and I know Kayla's voice. Who's the lady?
Angel Gamer.
Oh, Angel, how you doing?
No,
Um,
you didn't let me get my punchline out. I was going to say, that's no lady, that's Angel Gamer.
Oh,
oh, okay, all right. And am I missing somebody? Who's the?
Evening there, Finkel.
MBK.
Oh, my brother's keeper. Okay, how you doing?
All right, how you doing?
I'm groovy. I'm very pleased because I get to brag to the morning shift that I and I alone fixed it. I'm kidding. People worked on it around the clock for the last 3 days.
So, Finkel, while I think of it, you'll have tomorrow or whenever you get a chance,
Uh-huh.
look at this stream
Uh-huh.
and just fast forward to where you see Summer joins.
Oh, Summer was here.
Yeah, and then watch the whole thing with Summer.
Okay.
She had a story about Chris that you have to hear.
Oh, really? Am I going to
Yeah.
enjoy it or?
It's going to reinforce the fact that you think Chris is a piece of shit.
Oh, okay. I remember shortly after our big shopping spree, we connected Summer with Tiffany. I guess that didn't work out, huh?
Well, I'm not going to try to go back
watch
over it now because I'll miss stuff. It's just Chris being his usual. The world revolves around me, self, and the stuff that he said to Summer. It just, yeah.
Hey, everybody! I can squint and see that we have 17 in the audience, and we got 4 on the panel.
Yeah, we had 20. We had 25 before you joined, but that's a different story.
Just Muxter, Ariel, and Killing Time know my real name. Hot Mess Summer knows my real name. Sarah the Raging Tomato knows my real name. I think Vegas Vips knows my real name. In fact, Vegas Vips heard it when we first outed my real name. And you see, I'm thinking Master Sergeant Retired knows my real name. Stone Vet knows my real name. I don't know if Hill Pirate Studios folks do or not. They used to be close to Stone Vet. Let me think. The criminal, what's her name? Izzy. She knows my real name. I'm trying to think. There's a lot of people know my real name, and one of the oldest, other than the people who co-run this channel, is Chris Ryder. In my 3-year-long social experiment on YouTube, I saw the one guy that could be triggered and that thinks he has the power in outing that my name is Stephen Nolan. Stephen Nolan. I repeat, Stephen Nolan. He got so pissed off on the premiere that he tried to call me out. Guess what, Chris? My name is Stephen Nolan. You're now powerless.
Oh, damn, I didn't want to know that.
Well, now you know it. Deal with it.
Well, why have I thought it was Patrick Mahoney all this time?
Because I lied to you. I'm kidding. I don't know.
I thought it was Dirt Diggler.
For anybody who wasn't on the stream about 2 years ago, Muxter and I were playing with our respective series, seeing what kind of commands it would respond to. And I think Muxter, I could remember wrong, it's been a long time. I think Muxter said, "Hey, Weary, who am I?" And my series spoke up while my mic was on and said, "You're Stephen Nolan."
Oh.
And Vegas Vips ran with that for a while, but he only did it under his troll names. He never did it as Vegas Vips. And we kind of laughed about it, but yeah, okay. My name's Steve Nolan. No big deal. And a few others have figured it out because of I recently went back on Facebook with my real name, and KFAR, Generally Specific. Who else? A couple other people like, was that your Facebook? Well, yes, it is. I'm Steve Nolan.
2 Squared, I always get a kick out of when people would call him David. It just sounds so weird.
I did it a couple times at the A meetings. I shared. I'm Finkel, and I'm an alcohol. I'm sorry, I'm Steve. And they're like looking at me like, "What? Who's Finkel?" But the bridge is still open, and I think they need me. I'm going to say goodbye to you all. I'll rewind.
Have a great night, Fink.
All right, you guys
Have a great night.
Oh, I don't want to. I don't
Who
want
knows
to.
how long? Yeah, who knows how long we'll be here?
Yeah. How do I close? I just close the screen, right? I
Yeah,
hate
you got it,
Well,
Dirt.
yeah, wait. Okay, I was gonna kick him.
Insomniacs.
Mm-mm. Pretty much. But
Well,
yeah,
the other day I came in to do a 3-minute thing, and I think it was Nikki that joined me. 10.5 hours later, people were saying, Muxter, you really ought to go to bed. Anyway, somebody was about to say something.
yeah, I'm going to take it down too. Muck, thanks for having me up. And again, thank you guys for all the support. I do appreciate it.
Have a great night, Killer.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Later, y'all.
Later.
See you on the street. Emma, that's because I'm going to 2 different channels. So that's why I've been highlighting stuff, because most people are probably in shadow, but if anybody's on my channel, then you're not seeing what they say. Anyway.
Hey, Muxter, I never thanked y'all, but I do appreciate y'all letting me up at one time to talk to y'all and everything. I mean, I know we was all in different headspaces, but y'all was decent, and I do appreciate that.
I was trying to remember if that was you that time. I think it was like me and Killen that were here,
Yep.
and you showed the one video, and we were like saying, well, we don't see a gun, Yeah, we try to. I try to go on actual evidence, instead of like what we were talking about earlier with me and Killen were saying about people with their tribal camps and stuff. Even, I mean, there's no secret that I cannot stand Todd, but there's still, if somebody would say something about him that just seems way off, I will check into it for myself instead of just going along with it. Like I said, show me the video if you want me to believe some of this stuff. Yeah. So yeah, like that day, yeah, we tried to treat you fair.
And y'all was decent. I appreciate it. I've always appreciated it.
I remember that. I know Finkel at the time, he was, siding with Chris. And till I'm pretty sure it's me and Killen, we were going, well, no, wait a minute. That's not what we just heard there. That's not what we saw. And like Killen, Finkel came around too and said, yeah, this isn't what Chris described.
Yeah, y'all was really decent. I actually ran across that video in my archive and watched it the other day, and I was sitting there laughing because that was some funny times back then. But y'all was really decent. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
We don't always agree, like I said in chat one time. We ain't got to all think alike, but at least we're being cordial.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't always agree with Finkel, but we're still here.
I'd love just one time, like I said with Summer, get Ryder up here and talk to him like me and you're talking right now, like 2 adults talking without all the screaming.
Yeah, I don't think he can be an adult.
You know what I told Finkel the other day, offline? I said, you know what? As far as I'm concerned right now, I don't ever want Ryder up on panel again. And I said, now as far as like if him or the other 2 guys were doing something, they let him up, that's up to them. But if I'm running things, which, I usually am, Chris, I said, I will let Todd up because Todd generally, unless he's got like Chris here to fight with, he'll behave himself when he's on our panel, when he's a guest. But anyway, what do you mean you don't always agree with me, Cart? Banner, Carrie.
Yeah, I mean,
Like I'm sorry. Go ahead.
GS has been decent to me lately too. So, like, I don't really have an issue. Some people have an issue with me being up on his panels and stuff.
When I saw you going in there, I thought I could already see people are going to start calling her a traitor.
Yeah. They asked if I'm trolling him, and no, I'm not trolling. I just, he asked me to come up that time, and I did. So. But people have a problem with that.
Yeah, it's people free to go wherever you want. I'll tell you, the only thing that's ever bothered me with people is, well, most going back to our Izzy days, which if people don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not going to bother going into it. But if it caused a lot of friction with other places, and well, we were like going head to head with. I think they were what 3PS at the time. They stopped being Stone. But anyway,
Find, fix, finish.
and yeah, yep. F3. That was it.
F3.
Now, I wouldn't sit here and like we'll just take Cart for example, since she's there. If I saw Cart over an F3 at the time, I wouldn't be thinking, "Oh, you traitor." But on the other hand, there were some other people that I won't mention their names who would come in here and they'd be, "Hey, Muck, how you doing?" And la la la. And then they'd go over to F3 and they'd be sitting there going, "Oh yeah, fucking Muckster, he's an asshole." You know what I mean? That's the only thing. That's the kind of stuff that bugged me. It's just like you going on GS. So
Yeah.
what? You go on GS. Now, if you would go on GS and you'd be bad mouthing Jeff and then go back over to Hill Pirates and act friendly, now that would be a different thing,
And that's something that I appreciated too about when I was up on GS is he was like, "Don't say anything because I know you can't answer it here, and I don't want you to go say anything against Jeff." He was very fair about everything. He's like, "I know this would put you in an awkward position if you answered this," which I thought was good. But
yeah, that's something, Candace, that I think Chris is learning is the internet is forever. People have all that stuff that he's done before, and he can't just bullshit about it.
Yeah, just because the channel's gone don't mean the videos are.
See, here's like Cart said about this, like with her friends. They have different. I've said about this before. The way I grew up, back in 1924, my parents and their group of friends got together every Saturday. And back then, it was like all the men would be in our kitchen, sitting around drinking beer. The women would be in the dining room talking, and the kids were in the living room. You didn't get babysitters and stuff. But I can remember the guys would be out there in the kitchen, and they'd be arguing all kind of politics and stuff. I mean, it'd be like heated arguments. And at the end of the night, it was like, "Okay, are we coming back here next week, or are we going to Fred's house?" It was like people didn't become enemies just because they disagreed on stuff.
yeah.
No, let's not.
I just can't believe
She was kind of before my venture into this sphere, Izzy. I didn't ever interact with her or anything, so I was still in the flat earth debunking community when she was up here, I think.
Yeah, she was a piece of work.
There ain't no way you was alive in 1924.
I'm gonna say you look good for 101.
Well, I try to keep in shape. Izzy took my wrench from. Yeah, I believe it. And I'll tell you. Okay, so I'll say something about her. Um, like you say, Carrie, she took your wrench. Here's a funny thing, and you remember Steve. You still see him around. I saw it. He hangs out at Chris's, Steve Cousins. He was a regular here, and he had a wrench in Finkel's. And Izzy convinced Finkel to take away Steve's wrench. Okay. But the thing is, and Steve was an Izzy lover. Okay.
Oh,
And she did this like backstage. She convinced Finkel, oh, he, Steve shouldn't have a wrench because he is over at Vips and that. And usually Finkel wouldn't care about stuff like that. But anyhow, so Finkel took his wrench away, and I felt bad about it. At the time, I didn't feel like an equal partner, like I do now. But anyway, a while later, Steve used to always, every time he'd come in, he'd goes, "Where's Izzy? Where's Izzy?" It was like his thing. So after the Thanksgiving Day massacre and things happened, Steve came in one day and he said, "Where's Izzy?" And I said, "You know what, Steve? Let me tell you something. You, this Izzy that you love so much, she's the one that had your wrench taken away and wanted you kicked out of here." I said, "I was the one who stuck up for you." And you know what? Steve's never been back. It's like he blames me for outing Izzy to him. It's just like weird. But anyway.
the
So yeah,
Thanksgiving
Carrie,
Day
you're not the one.
massacre?
Yeah, that's what we call it amongst ourselves. It was
Oh, okay.
a big blow up that we had where we were doing an all day Thanksgiving thing, and it just stuff happened, and I blew up and shut down the stream and went off and started doing my own thing, and it was it was the beginning of Finkel beginning to see who Izzy was. But yeah, we'll be we'll be having a song coming out about it here pretty soon. Me and Ariel started working on a song commemorating the Thanksgiving Day massacre. That's what Killen called it. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Well, that is why, though, we were having so much trouble with Jeff for a while there. Is it was all because of shit Izzy was saying behind the scenes, and
Oh,
we stupidly believed her.
yeah.
I've always been disappointed in myself because I'm usually really good at spotting people, and she totally got past me. But that's what when Todd came in to chat the other day, and he has said this to me before, thinking that he had a good weapon to use against me, but it was always while I was in chat. And then, it's hard to explain anything complicated from chat. But he likes to he'd throw this at me. He says, "Hey, Muxter, you used to call Jeff a piece of shit who shouldn't be on the internet, and now you're his buddy." Well, this time I was on panel and I got to say to him, "Well, yes, you can change your mind about people." And I
Right?
learned this about Jeff, and I learned that, and Todd went away. But I think he thought he was having like a mic drop moment, and it was like, and I know you guys, you know, you're Todd supporters and that to one degree or another, but one of the things for me with Todd is he does not understand friendship. And all you got to do is be following his channel for a while and you see how people go in and out. Anyway,
Yeah.
this is supposed to be tear down Chris night, not
Well, I don't agree with everything that everybody puts out, but in the end, we're all here for the same thing, to watch videos.
Mm-hmm. And I don't, excuse me, I don't understand why there's so much of the sides bullshit too. It's, like Killa was saying earlier, it's the same thing with politics too. You have to be on one side or the other now, and it feels like the same on YouTube. And it's like, no, you can have your own opinions.
Yeah, we've gotten very, very tribal.
I don't agree with GS on a lot of things, but if he's going to be decent to me, I'll be decent to him. I still don't like a lot of the things he says, his opinions on women and a lot of other stuff, but
My main thing, I can deal with a lot of disagreeing with something, but people can deny it and stuff. But Todd's a racist, and that's one of those lines I cannot go across.
yeah. And I don't know if it's true. I've only heard it secondhand, but the fact that he kicked out his own child bothers me a lot too.
Well, somebody showed me stuff that his son posted on Facebook before, and of course, you got to say, is the son being totally truthful in that? But
Right.
still, according to the son, he was kicked out for being gay and stuff. So, yeah, that's another. I'll tell you, even not talking about Todd with that, that's just something that drives me nuts. Yeah, I always watched a lot of the like the voice type shows, any of those
Mhm.
competitions, and you know how with a lot of the people they'll do those little life stories with them before they go
Yeah.
on. And I always hated for a while you'd see a bunch of them where it'd be like, well, yeah, well, I came out to my parents when I turned 18. They kicked me out of the house, and I haven't talked to my dad for 10 years. And it's like, who could treat their child that way? And I always think I have this friend, Danny, who she's been married to Bree now for I forget how many years. But I remember when she was dating Bree, and
Mhm.
her mother, even when they started living together, Danny's mother would call Bree Danny's roommate. You know, she wouldn't admit that they were in a relationship. She was totally, against, anything gay and stuff. And I
Yeah.
always remember Danny posting a picture on Facebook. And I swear to God, it was like when you watch a TV show or a movie or something, it was like there was a glow coming off of that picture. You could just see Danny was so happy. And I thought, how could any mother see their daughter look like that and not be grateful for whatever would put that look on her daughter's face,
Yeah.
So yeah, so that just any of that kind of stuff like that drives me nuts.
Me
I
too.
know I'm dominating, but let me tell you the quick story about my mother. Okay. Now I said about being alive in 1924. My mother was actually born in 1923. I got to give a little bit of the background just so you can appreciate it.
I didn't know you were a Dom, Muxter.
She was born in 1923 in a conservative Catholic immigrant family, uneducated coal miner for a dad, grew up in where the area where I'm at now, that's very white. So not a real sophisticated upbringing, right? And you figure even just the time as far as accepting things like homosexuality. So we'll come forward to when my mother was, I think, around 70, 75 years old. And whenever I moved back from Pittsburgh, we were living together. So one night, my nephew calls from California, her grandson, and we're talking. And he says to me, you're the first person I'm telling, besides my mother, but I'm gay. And I said, no, you're not, Andrew. And he goes, why? What do you mean? I said, Andrew, I've known you all your life, and you're neither good looking enough or a good enough dresser to be gay. But anyway, we laughed, we talked for a while, and then he said to me, he goes, the only thing is, I don't know how to tell Grammy. Now, I didn't just fall off the uncle bus. I knew what that meant. Tell Grammy for me. So the next morning, I say to my mother, again, this 70-ish year old lady who grew up the way I said and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I said, so, Andrew called last night. She goes, oh, really? What's up with him? And I said, well, his roommate, Paul. Yeah, I said, well, he's really not just his roommate. And she goes, what, did he decide to be gay? And I chuckled a little bit at her phrasing.
Yeah.
I said, yeah. I said, yeah. And you know what? My mother, this old conservative Catholic lady, what she said when I said yes, she went, yeah, I figured. That was the end of it. And when Andy and Paul came to visit, she treated Paul just like everybody else. He walked in the house. She started giving him chores. It was like it meant nothing to her. And so I always think of that. And when I see these other people that can kick their kid out of the house or disown their kid for it, I just think, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You're 40 years younger than my mother, and she was more sophisticated than you are.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll shut up now for a while. Let someone else talk.
I was never brave enough to tell my dad. And now I kind of regret it. I'm still not brave enough to tell my mom.
Mhm.
But I did get brave enough to tell my brother. And he was very supportive.
Candace, actually, it was, I don't know exactly when, but for, a number of years, they could arrest people for being gay. That's what what's it called? The Stone something riots in New York,
Stonewall.
wasn't it? Yeah, that was kind of a turning point when they kind of started. We're here, we're queer, get used to it.
Yeah.
And but what's funny? Again, being 130 years old, I've often thought about, like, when I was in high school. If somebody had said someday it'll be legal for gay people to get married, you'd be like, yeah, you're crazy. I read a lot of science fiction. It doesn't even happen there.
Yeah.
The other thing was, when I was still in school whenever abortion became legal, kind of thought like abortion and civil rights was kind of a settled thing. And now here we are, 170 years later, we're still fighting about abortion. We're still fighting about civil rights, but gay marriage is legal. I mean, and marijuana, that's another one. You never would have thought. It's just like the world is very strange.
We're still letting women die over healthcare. And,
Yeah.
not only would they arrest you in England for being gay, they would also chemically castrate you.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
Alan Turing, the
yeah. That's who Richard's talking about.
He saved the world in World War II.
Yep.
And they thanked him by making him take drugs until he couldn't take it anymore.
Mm-hmm. I know. It's ridiculous. You know, who was it that just said about they came out to their father and he just sort of like a couple of stories like I'd seen on Facebook and that I always liked was the one somebody copied a text exchange with their father and they sent and she said, Dad, I just wanted to tell you I'm gay. And he writes back, I had sex with your mother. And she goes, what? Why would you say that? And he said, oh, I thought we were just exchanging obvious things. You know, it's like, and there was another one I saw. It was a black lady did a video and she's standing there in the room and she says, so for several years now, I kept, and she goes, she opened the closet door she's standing next to her. She says, I'd open the door and I'd say, are you ready to come out yet? No, not yet. Okay. And she like did this whole thing about, she kept saying, she'd open the door. Are you ready now? Ready to come out yet? No. And finally, the night before, her son decided to come out of the closet to them. But I like when people like handle it that way. It's like, yeah. Okay, we knew. But yeah, I'm sorry. I assume you meant your dad died before you ever got a chance to talk to him about it?
Yeah, it was almost a year ago now.
Yeah.
He died December 2nd of last year, so.
Yeah, I can understand that where it's like you'd almost, and I mean, you can tell me I'm full of shit, but this is the way it's like it would almost be better to have told him and him take it badly and than to always be wondering. Is that kind of what where you're at? Yeah.
Like I grew up in a very conservative Baptist household.
Mm.
And my dad's dad was a Baptist minister. So like basically we weren't allowed to do anything fun as a kid. So yeah, I don't know. My grandpa kicked out my uncle for being gay, and it doesn't mean my uncle was a good person, but you know, he should never have been kicked out for that.
Yeah.
And,
I often wonder with the people who claim to be religious, how they justify the whole, God created us how we are thing, with then deciding that there's something wrong with the person.
Well, yeah, and I think I learned over the years that, you know, I used to be very, very into church, missions trips, things like that. And then growing up, things stopped making sense to me. Things like that, you know, like, okay, God created us, he created us perfect, but these things are no, you know, you can't be gay, you can't do this, can't do that, can't do this, can't do that. And then, you know, somebody said something to me that made a lot more sense. It was like, you can't take the Bible literally.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, okay, so you know the difference between a butt dial and a booty call, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the same words in 2,000 years, will somebody be able to tell the difference between a butt dial and a booty call?
Well, and it's like I always say about the Bible too. First of all, so much of it was just oral history
Yeah.
for centuries, you know.
Yeah.
So that'd be basically like right now, if you were studying the Revolutionary War,
Yeah.
and all you had to go by was your grandfather telling you what he heard from his grandfather, who heard it from his grand, you know. So
Yeah.
just how much does the story change? And also, then besides that, it goes through all these languages.
Right.
You know, it goes from Aramaic to Greek, you know, to Latin,
Hmm.
to and and so yeah, you can't even if you believe the core of it, to take it all literally is just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. It's like you know the difference between "Sorry, Daddy, I've been naughty" and "Forgive me, Father, I have sinned." They're the same
Yeah,
words basically, but they have totally different meanings.
yeah, but I'm kind of like you. I'm a recovering Catholic.
Mm.
I grew up with 12 years of catechism, and I believed all that stuff for a long time. But then after a while, I just started thinking about different inconsistencies and stuff. And
Hmm.
over time, it's just like, yeah, I don't really buy any of it anymore.
And now I kind of wonder if it's more like that, like how they portray God on that show Supernatural, where he's basically like the director of a sitcom, and
Yeah.
we're here for his own entertainment, things like that. You know.
Well, one of the things that sort of one of the earlier things that I thought of was they always said, well, first of all, he's this all powerful being that creates a universe on a whim just for us.
Mhm.
Um, but um, he's all powerful, all knowing,
All
and
loving.
and he created us in his image. And I think, wow, how egotistical is that? It's like,
And he's all powerful, but he won't stop babies from having cancer. He's all
yes,
powerful, but you know, there's so many things.
that's what somebody said to me one time about, you know, what if you're wrong and when you get up there and you have to answer to him? And I said, well, if it happens and I get up there,
He's gonna have to answer.
I'm going to have a lot of questions for him. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Explain childhood leukemia to me there, big guy.
Yeah. Explain the poorest country in the world, Haiti, getting devastated by earthquakes and hurricanes, and explain, how the asshole pastor Pat Robertson said that they deserved it for being evil.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it funny how if God sends a tsunami at San Francisco, it's obviously a punishment
Mhm.
for accepting all them gay people.
Yeah.
But when a hurricane goes through Alabama, it's like, oh, what is it your people are doing there, Pastor? It's like,
Yeah,
somehow it's not a punishment then.
that girls' camp in Texas, that Christian camp, they all were like, why did all these Christian kids die? And blah, blah,
That's,
blah.
yeah. I always, that's like I always get a kick out of if somebody, is cured from a terrible disease, or they come through a surgery or whatever, and people are going, oh, thank God, God saved my son, God saved my husband, whatever. And I think, okay, so when they die, why aren't you saying, hey, fuck you, God, why'd you kill my son? You know what I mean?
I'm still here. I'm just listening.
My dad was one of the kindest, most selfless people I've ever known. I didn't agree with him on everything in his, religious and political beliefs. But for him to die at age 62 of cancer, painfully, suffering, I had to watch him go through that.
Yeah.
I can't see an all loving, all caring, all powerful God in that. I just can't.
I can agree on that. My dad passed away at 64 from cancer.
Yeah, my dad was like 52. Same thing. I remember having a conversation with a guy that I graduated with who became a preacher. And I always like these kind of people. I tried to have a serious conversation with him, and whenever I'd ask him any kind of question like that, why would God allow this or why this, his response was always, "Oh, that's the great mystery," you know. And for me, it's like, okay,
we aren't
you're not
meant
worth,
to understand.
you're not worth talking to. God works in mysterious ways. Yeah, you just don't have any good reasoning. Now, I've had some great conversations with preachers who are secure in their own beliefs, and they don't get offended by you questioning them.
Yeah.
They're willing to go back and forth with stuff.
I don't get into the whole religion thing or the politics thing, so that's why I'm just sitting here listening. I grew up Pentecostal and then I got baptized Baptist, and after seeing how the world is, it's hard to believe anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's like part of my thing is if there is some sort of huge being out there that actually did create all this, why is he going to give a shit about MBK? You know what I mean? If if I decide to drop to my knees tonight and say, "Oh God, please do this for," why would he care? And then tomorrow, whenever I have to call the fire company to get me back up off my knees, he's also going to help, not going to help with that. But that's another story. But it's like, why would that being care about? I mean, he's not even going to care about God bless America. He's not even going to care about a country of people. Why would he care about an individual? I picture if there is like a being like that out there, it could be just like some kid right now in 10th grade who's doing a experiment in biology class, and he has a little what's the word I want, test tube there filled with amoebas or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's what we could very well be, some kid's science experiment.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I saw something somewhere the other day where somebody's like, what if we are the aliens that were inside the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs?
Yeah.
That'd be wild.
Yeah.
I remember on YouTube there used to be and it's crazy. But they had them simulation videos that were all simulation, and I'm like, people are freaking crazy.
Yeah.
There's just too much to think about.
Yeah, one of my favorite original Twilight Zone episodes. There was a lady who was living in this house that was just like out in nowhere. There was nobody around her. And actually, the lady who played it was the one who played Bewitched's mother. But anyway, she there was this small spaceship that like invaded her house,
Mm-hmm.
and the whole time the lady didn't talk. She was just like she would like screech and stuff, and she was like running from the spaceship, and finally she got like a broom and she knocked down this spaceship, and that's when the camera goes in on this little spaceship, and on the side of it you see it says like U.S. Nautilus or something, and you can hear the little guy on the radio and they're talking in English, calling back to headquarters. You know, there's just it was like
Oh
it
yeah.
was the earthling for the actual invaders in it.
They don't make nothing like the Twilight Zone no more, though. They had some good stories.
Yeah,
Oh
like
yeah,
the one where the lady is waking up from surgery and they're talking about how hideous she is, and
yes,
they take the
yes,
bandage off of her face and she looks normal and everybody else has pig noses.
yes. That was a good one. And of course, my favorite of all time, and a lot of people bring up the same one. And I remember the title of it, Time Enough at Last, was the guy who was always reading, and he was
Yep.
always getting in trouble for it. He had to hide from his wife. He had to hide from work, and he went into the vault that one day to get away and read. And that's when the nuclear war happens, and he comes out, and everybody else is gone.
Oh
And he
yeah.
and he goes to the library, and there's all these books scattered there, and he's gathering up all these books, and it's like, now nobody can stop me. And his glasses fall off his face and shatter. It's like
Oh
as Rod Serling was just like great for that. He'd always put
mm,
those little twists in at the end.
the Twilight Zone. I remember laying around with my dad watching old episodes of that on sci-fi and stuff, and
The ones that came out in the 80s, though, wasn't as good.
no.
And then that amazing story that came out in the 80s.
Yeah, yeah, that was a good one that Richard mentioned. Yeah, the guys stole a whole bunch of gold, and I think they went into like suspended animation or something for 100 years. So then they wouldn't have to worry about the law and stuff, and they come out and gold has become worthless.
Yeah, like in that video game Fallout, where everybody is paying with bottle caps in the future and stuff because gold is worthless.
Well, who knows? Star Trek, they had computers, they had communicators, and we got all that stuff now. So it could
Mm-hmm.
happen.
Well, you realize, let me see if I can lay my hands on it. Yep, there it is. Can you guys see me? Mine is
You're
just
froze
showing
up.
black.
You're frozen, but I
Oh,
can
okay.
see a picture of you.
But yeah, my screen blinked before, and I wondered if it. Anyway, I had like the old flip phones.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who first designed those, he used the Star Trek communicators as a model.
Oh, nice. I met Leonard Nimoy one time, and
Oh
he
yeah.
told me I had nice ears.
The most famous, well, the most famous, I've met very few actually famous people, but that I've ever actually met personally and exchanged words with was Franco Harris of the Steelers.
Of the Steelers?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
never really. Well, I did meet a guy. He was an Indian activist. Talked to him for a bit. He was an actor. He was in Last of the Mohicans, but
Hmm.
I haven't met too many like real celebrities in my life.
My dad fixed Prince's car one time
Oh, really?
because Paley Park was like right around the corner from the dealership he worked at.
About the only people I've met that, but of course, a lot of people don't like them. But I met Nick Cash Patel and General Flynn, but that's
Yeah.
about it. We met them down in Tennessee.
My dentist, he pissed me off. He's he's actually the same age as me, though he was a year behind me in school. He worked on Alice Cooper the one time because Alice Cooper was doing a concert around here, and he had some kind of problem. And he called his dentist, and his dentist did some research, and he said, "Well, there's only one guy in that area that can help you." So anyway, it was like a Saturday morning. I remember I said to Bill, I said, Alice Cooper was here and you didn't tell me. He's like, well, I couldn't, HIPAA and stuff. I said, you could have just said, hey, I can't tell you why, but just be hanging around outside my place, around 10 o'clock, I always liked Alice Cooper.
Yeah. Growing up in the late 70s and 80s, heard a lot of it.
When we were picking our class song, School's Out for the Summer took second place. I was pissed. I think it was rigged. I think they thought that was too radical for us.
I think my class song was Kelly Clarkson. Morning, Wyatt.
I didn't hear what you said after Kelly Clarkson.
Oh, I said morning, Wyatt. He's just joined
morning.
the chat.
Oh, hey, Wyatt. I just got a cool picture from somebody, but I'm not going to say anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know? I mean, I don't know a whole lot of Kelly Clarkson songs and stuff, but that song that she did, I think, is it called Piece by Piece?
I don't know.
Oh my God, that's a killer song. It's all about. It's based on her real life. It's about her father like abandoning them when she was a kid, and then like after she got famous, he wanted to get back into her life and stuff. But it's kind of like when I was talking about how parents kicking their kids out for being gay and stuff like that. I hear that song and all I could picture is who could treat their daughter that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't know it, give it a listen sometime.
The only one I can think of is the Since You've Been Gone, which I may or may not have had that CD and blasted in my Buick LeSabre a lot with the windows down and screaming it at the top of my lungs.
Yeah, I think that was her first biggie, wasn't it?
Yeah. Back when you actually had to crank your windows down.
The good old days.
Yeah.
And it's funny because that's still like, I I mean, I'm sure there's people under a certain age that it means nothing to, but for a lot of us, that's still like the international symbol for roll your window down is to
Yeah.
do that cranking motion.
Yeah. Just like the telephone symbol where people put
Yes.
their pinky and thumb up,
Yeah.
I remember having to dial on a rotary phone at my grandma's
Oh, I
house.
know.
And if you got one number wrong, you had to start all over again.
Do you remember if somebody didn't hang their phone up all the
Yes.
way, it would leave the line open then?
Yep.
Party lines.
Yeah, you couldn't
Oh,
call.
yeah.
You couldn't
Yeah,
call
when
and tell them to hang up.
No. It would just be hopefully somewhere along the line, the person would be walking through their kitchen or whatever, and they'd hear this little voice going, Joyce! Joyce! Hang the phone up, Joyce!
Yep. It would tie up both of your lines for the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a Doris Day movie about a party line that my grandma and I loved. It was called Pillow Talk, I think. It was
I remember.
Cary Grant and Doris Day.
Yeah, that was definitely the name of a Doris Day movie. Yep.
Yeah, everybody had a pen near their phone so they could dial the rotary phones easier.
When I was in electronics school, I got a part-time job with a place. The guy was making, it was like a little box that you would put over the mouthpiece of your phone. And it was for, like touch tone dialing. It just come around, but nobody had touch tone phones.
Yeah.
So you'd put that over the phone and it would then, you'd connect to a place that had touch tone. And anyway, you'd use that because it was like different, like traveling businessmen and stuff. If they'd call into their home office, then they'd get the press 3 to talk to so and so, and nobody had actual. And that was like before everybody had phones in their pockets,
Yeah.
That's one of my things. Is I just love how technology has changed in my lifetime. I was in 9th grade before we got a color TV.
Wow. You're old as dirt.
Yep. And it's always funny. You think about like old science fiction movies, like was saying before about Star Trek and that, or some old movie where like the TV screen was hanging on a wall.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, wouldn't that be cool if they could actually do that?
Yeah. Well, like Mr. Rogers had that picture, where it was just like a TV screen in a picture frame on the wall. And now I get that it was like make believe, and stuff, but now we can hang our TVs on our wall like that.
Makes you wonder what they're gonna have in another 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Or like the really old Dick Tracy cartoons where he had the was it like a watch radio or something?
Oh yeah.
And I think in the like later ones, it had like an actual screen on it where, it just seemed like such a weird thing. He was able to talk to people, and now it's like, yeah, we've all got them.
Well, in Inspector Gadget too, they would have that little wristwatch with the TV screen where they could talk to each other.
Yeah.
like a video phone, and now people have the Apple Watches that can actually do that.
You know what's I really get a kick out of too with phones now is everybody after the age of 10 or so, they've got a phone that they carry with them all the time, but nobody under 30 actually talks on the phone.
Right. It's all texting. When I was 10, we'd go play outside and our parents didn't know where we were.
Yeah. Well, I know you come home from school and it was like, boom, you were back out the door until the arc lights came on.
Mm-hmm. They had to remind parents, do you know where your kids are? It's 10
And if you
p.m.
came in before dark, you got in trouble.
Yeah.
I always tell people the story of when I was, well, I guess I was a senior because I was driving then, because I turned 16 when I was a senior in high school. But anyway, on like Saturday nights, I'd head for the door and I'd say to my mother, I'm going to Frank's. "Yeah, okay. Every week, Friday, Saturday night, I'm going to Frank's. Okay. And now part of the thing with me too, I still don't know myself. I always knew not to stay out till 2 in the morning or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever told me that. And I don't know if it's just because there were 3 kids ahead of me or what it was. But anyway, but yeah, every week I'm going to Frank's. One week I was sitting home and my mother said, aren't you going to that kid's house? I said, what kid? She said, Frank's. Frank. Frank was a pizza shop. That was our hangout because they had pinball machines. And it occurred to me, every week I was leaving the house and my mother had no idea where I was going. And to this day, I don't know, is it that she just trusted me or she thought if I didn't come home, she had 4 spares, so no big deal.
True. It all changed after the Jacob Wetterling thing here in Minnesota. I don't know if in other parts of the country they heard about that, but Jacob Wetterling was riding his bike with his brother and his friend, and
Okay.
For years
I
and
remember
years,
the name.
nobody ever knew what happened to Jacob Wetterling, and his parents held out hope for so many years that he was just missing or had been abducted and stuff. And it turns out that this guy sexually assaulted him and killed him in a field and buried him there.
Wow.
They didn't know until just maybe 5 years ago what had happened to him. But they used to just let us go out in the world with all kinds of weirdos and anything could have happened, but all of a sudden now everybody's more conscious about it and keeping track of their kids.
Well, it's still, it's like, or what I was talking to with Summer earlier is, I never had any kids that I know of. You gotta say that to sound cool. Anyway, I've often thought of what a tough line that is to walk of protecting your kids but not smothering them. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Yeah, we used to, like in the summertime, you'd leave the house at like 10 in the morning and we'd be out walking through the woods a couple of miles away, we'd be whatever. And like I said, didn't have like cell phones for some to contact somebody if something happened, and we're just gone all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, the John Walsh thing.
Yeah.
And I often wonder, I did a video way back when I first started YouTube, and it was about hitchhiking. And when I was like in high school and stuff, that was just a major mode of transportation. You know,
Yeah.
in the summertime, we were going swimming. We went out. There was practically designated corners. Nobody actually, no municipality said this is the hitchhiking corner, but they were just the known corners you went to, and that's how we got around. I hitchhiked out to Indianapolis the one
Oh,
time to visit a friend. And now, I mean, you hardly ever see anyone hitchhiking anymore. But the whole basis of my thing is the world really more dangerous, or are we just more aware slash paranoid about it?
yeah. My dad, he grew up in Wisconsin, and he went to college in Texas. And he was driving the way down there one time, and he picked up a hitchhiker. And the hitchhiker offered to drive for a while. And my dad said, "Sure, you can take over for a while." And this is before GPS and all kinds of stuff. And,
Yeah.
My dad ended up falling asleep in the passenger seat, and hours and hours later, the hitchhiker woke him up and said, "Welcome to Texas." And it's like anything could have happened.
Yeah. Whenever I went out to Indianapolis that time, the first ride I got, because my sister-in-law gave me a ride out to Interstate 80, which is only about 15 miles from here. So I got, that little bit of head start. And I get out to 80, and then this van stops. And it was all like younger guys, like my age at the time, like college age guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I get in, I'm in the back, and someone said, "Where are you headed?" And I told them where. And like the guy said, "Well, I'll be able to take you like this far, but then I'm heading more north. You're going to want to head south." And so then I'm talking to the guy I'm sitting by, and I like said, "Where are you guys going?" And he's like, "Well, I'm headed to St. Louis, and this guy is going to, Houston or here." The only the driver, it was his van. Nobody else was actually with him. He was just he was going cross country, and he was just picking up hitchhikers as he went.
Wow.
So I always thought that was kind of cool. And again, you wouldn't see anything like that now.
Yeah.
I do remember one guy I got a ride with, and I was I was like physically imposing when I was younger. You know,
Mhm.
I wasn't nearly as dangerous as I looked, but that's okay. It worked for me. But anyway, this one guy picked me up, and he was probably around 30 or so. And I always remember him going like, "Yeah, I was never sure about like picking up a hitchhiker and that." And he says, "But I carry this club that I have over here by my seat, and I this." And it's like he was letting me know, if you try anything,
Yeah.
kid. And I'm like, "Man, all I want is a ride as far as possible." I'll give you one other story from that hitchhiking trip. I'd never been to a White Castle in my life. Okay. And so I was in, I think, Ohio, and the one guy that he asked me if I'd eaten anything, and I said no. He said, "Well, I'll tell you, I'll drop you off right by the White Castle down there, and you can get something." He said, "Then that's only a block away from whatever the highway was." He said, "You can just walk down to the highway then to keep on heading south." And so I go, like I said, I'd never been in White Castle in my life, and I look, and it's like cheeseburger 25 cents or whatever. And I'm
Yeah.
like, wow. this is it might have been less. I don't know what like back then. It might have been 15 cents or something. I don't know.
Hmm.
But I thought, holy cow! It's like, and the place was busy, so I knew they couldn't possibly be just selling salmonella on a bun. It must be good. So I said to the guy, I was like, yeah, I'll have a cheeseburger and Pepsi. And the guy goes, you want just one? And I was like, yeah, fuck you. What do you mean? Do I want just one? What you gonna make a fat joke or something? What the yeah. That's. And I was like, yeah. And so then I get this burger. It's this little wee tiny thing, and I was like,
It's a 3-inch.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, in the South, they're called crystals.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
My dad grew up on those because he was, the youngest of 5 kids. And when you're a pastor and don't make a lot of money, you feed your kids 10-cent burgers.
Hey, Muckster, you're talking about hitchhiking. Did you go to Woodstock?
Go where? I didn't hear the last word.
Did you go to Woodstock?
No, I was 12 years old for Woodstock.
Oh, okay. I just thought it'd been cool if you did.
Yeah, I've often thought about that. I thought, I kind of wish I'd have been able to convince my parents that it'd be okay if I went with my older brothers,
Yeah.
But I don't know if they'd even allowed that. But I'll tell you what, though, there was, I believe, like the official count was like 100,000 people at Woodstock, and I have met around 350,000 of them
Oh, wow.
because it was just like one of those things, like when I was in college and stuff, you'd meet all these people that like, yeah, I was at Woodstock. I was at Woodstock. It's almost like a stolen valor thing for people of that generation.
Yeah.
It's like no, you couldn't all have been at Woodstock. First of all, you're the same age as me, so who the hell let you go to Woodstock? And secondly, no, you just weren't. No, I do. I know one guy, personally, who definitely I know he actually went because he was my best friend's cousin, but he was oh probably close to 10 years older than us. So he's the only person I think that I've met that I know he definitely was at Woodstock. And the thing was, he he had a job. He went with people he worked with. They didn't get to see Jimi Hendrix because they had to get back home because Hendrix was like what 1 o'clock in the morning or something
Oh, yeah.
Sunday night. Yeah.
It's sad is a lot of them people that did all that fun stuff, they're all passing away.
That, and I often think when you'll see an old picture like Woodstock. I always remember from the album the picture of a bunch of people skinny dipping in the one pond there and stuff. But you see like this gorgeous 19-year-old girl walking around topless or whatever, and I always just imagine some kid now like watching the documentary or something and going, "Wait a minute, Grandma, was that you?"
Yeah. And now it's going to be even worse with the internet for people.
Yeah.
Imagine what in 30 years people are going to find on the computer their mom's OnlyFans and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I did security down in Louisville, and they had a memorial. They was doing this thing for the Pearl Harbor survivors,
Mhm.
and I got to meet a few of the Pearl Harbor survivors, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that would be.
I've
I
got
met
patches and everything.
I met a Tuskegee Airman.
Ooh. Now that is very cool.
Oh yeah.
He went to church with my grandma, and
Wow.
yeah, he was actually my grandma's Sunday school teacher for a while.
I,
Yeah, when I was in high school, I was in history class and stuff, and I was like, I know a Tuskegee Airman, and my teacher was like, "Oh, really? Do you think they would come in and talk?" And I was like, "Yeah." So I definitely got bonus points in history.
when I was in high school, history was my favorite subject.
Hmm.
Like I've said before, it's basically the only textbook I actually opened when I went to school. I always liked the history and government and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, when I was in high school, I wouldn't have even known who the Tuskegee Airmen were.
Oh, yeah, because history books were a lot different back then.
Yeah. But, for us, like Black history was, you heard about, like, of course, like Frederick Douglass,
Mhm.
and um, Harriet Tubman and stuff. But
Yeah.
that's like that movie that came. We were like pretty much the NASA or whatever you want to call it generation. I
Yeah.
mean, I was I was like 12 when they landed on the moon, and yes, I do believe they actually landed on the moon. Um, but anyway, so I thought I knew a lot about the space race and stuff.
Hmm.
When that movie Hidden Figures came out, it like blew my mind to find
I
out that
still
there
haven't
was all
seen
these
that.
black women. Oh, that's a great movie, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's I'm glad they like that, like with the Tuskegee Airmen movie and stuff. I'm glad they've done a lot of those stories now because
Yeah.
a lot of people have no idea.
Ruby Bridges, and
Yeah,
I don't think I ever grew up knowing who Ruby Bridges was. And then, the movie came out a few years ago. And
mm, mm. It was another thing, it talks about my mother accepting gays. She also, and again, growing up in very white America, God, she hated racism.
When I grew up down in Georgia, and my best friend, he was black, and every morning he'd get out there and run. He was a football player down there at the high school. So he'd come running down by the house. Well, then we'd get out there and we'd go back to his place. And I always called he lived with his grandma, and I called her Granny Williams, and she made the best biscuit and gravy.
Mm.
Mhm.
I remember one time there was a little bitty rattlesnake, probably not even 2 or 3 inches long, and she's out there with a 38 shooting that thing, and there's a bunch of holes in the ground. And every time she would shoot, that snake would crawl in that hole. And she'd shoot back in that hole, and it'd crawl in another hole, and it just kept doing that. And we
She's
started out
out
a
there
bullet.
like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Mm. Something I've said, not I've never been like a world traveler or anything. I've been around the country and stuff, but I've met a lot of people of different ethnicities, and it gets to be where you realize it doesn't really matter if people are black,
Yeah.
Italian, Irish, whatever. There are certain things that just are true.
Hmm.
That you walk into that house and the first thing off, grandma's going to want to feed you. You know,
Yeah.
and just different things like that are just kind of universal with all people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Um, my
I
grandpa was
love
born in India.
that's
Um,
wild.
he was a child of missionaries in India. So
Mm.
we grew up with a lot of Indian culture stuff, our food and things like that. My aunt lived there for years and years, my great aunt, and she'd come home and make Indian food for the rest of the family, and they couldn't handle it.
I'll tell you, it's one thing about growing up back in the 80s though, was all your neighbors stuck together and they took care of each other.
For sure.
Hey, I remember not only that, but also any mother could discipline any child. You know,
Yep.
like now people are like, "How dare you raise your voice to my child?" Back then, it was like you didn't have to worry about like your own parents, but you better not do anything wrong about around Joe's parents or whoever.
They may not have smacked you, but they would put you in a timeout or anything,
Right.
Or at least in my case, I don't know. But
Yeah, my parents didn't hit. I always, when people say about, oh, we learned respect that because of the belt and stuff, it's like I
no,
respected my parents and they didn't have to beat it into me, but I
we had a
my
wooden
my
spoon.
my mother used to always like sort of threaten with hers, but she never actually used it.
Oh,
She would like hold that spoon up, but I mean she would swat us when we were real little,
yeah.
you know, and you thought it was like a terrible beating when you didn't really feel it through your diaper or whatever. But yeah, but I said before about my dentist being the same age as me. He told me the story the one time my mother was walking home, and at the time his family lived just like a block away from us, and he was doing something in his own backyard, and my mother stopped and yelled at him and told him stop doing that
Oh, yeah.
and go in the house and tell your mother what you were doing. It's
Mhm.
like, okay,
And now if you do that, they call you a Karen.
yeah.
Yeah, see, Dad was a truck driver, and we was bad during the week while he's gone. We'd always hear that truck roll up, and Mom would tell us to tell him what we did all week, and
Oh,
you knew to
yeah.
run when you heard that truck coming in.
Yeah.
Wait till your father gets home.
Exactly.
My dad wouldn't get home till really late at night sometimes. And so we just pray that they'd let you sleep and not punish you in the middle of the night.
For quite a few years, my dad was only home on weekends because he worked construction, and the jobs were always too far away for him to be going every day.
My dad would just be working like double, triple shifts sometimes, just trying to make enough money for us to
Yeah.
live. He was a mechanic back then.
I was talking to my sister a couple of years ago about, and we were like saying, like, we grew up, I mean, there was always food on the table.
Yeah.
We had clothes and all that. We used to
Yeah.
have good Christmases. I think back, sometimes I don't know how my parents gave us as good a Christmas as they did.
Yeah.
But but we didn't think, we certainly knew we weren't rich. We didn't think, that we were leading any kind of a special life or whatever you. But it's like after we got older, it's like we realized, holy shit, we had a good life. When
Hmm.
you start seeing the way other kids grew up,
Yeah.
you know.
My dad, even he sold some cars. He would fix them up and sell them. And, he'd give us, we went to Disney World twice as kids. And it was only because he got lucky and fixed up some nice cars. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to go. We were definitely on like the free lunch meal program for periods of time. And
We never had any of that, but I do know the taste of government cheese.
yep,
It was some good stuff.
for sure.
But whenever they were giving that out, it was kind of anybody could go and get it when they first started doing it.
Yeah.
But we were always I don't think we were very far over the line, but we were never we were never below the line where we were getting food stamps or free lunches and stuff. But
No,
we
yeah,
probably
we
weren't
weren't.
very far above it.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like nowadays neither. Kids get money handed to them. You'd stand out in the tobacco stripping room and strip tobacco or pick up some hay bales and stuff like that to make your allowance.
Yep. We had lemonade stands and
I
people had
used to mow
paper
lawn.
routes and yeah.
Yep, I had paper route. I hated it. I inherited it from my older brother. Actually, I inherited it from my oldest brother. I don't know how it ever skipped the next oldest one, but I got it. But I used to mow lawns all summer and stuff.
We used to babysit and I'd make things and sell them, and I guess I still do that, but like as a kid I remember making things.
Yeah.
Remember I picked peanuts one year.
Do what?
I remember one year I picked peanuts.
Oh, peanuts, yeah.
Up here, it was really common for farmers to hire kids to de-silk the corn, like in their cornfields. And they, pay by the pound at the end of whatever the kid did.
Well, I sometimes think now, I think a lot of kids, I feel like they don't appreciate Christmas
Mm-hmm.
the way I used to because their parents are just giving them stuff all the time.
Yeah. I mean, even when I was a teenager, we had to wait till Christmas to get a PlayStation or what. We didn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't like as soon as it came out, you had to have it. It was, okay, this is going to be a major gift that's either going to be birthday or Christmas, We didn't get toys like throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, if you wanted something, you got out and earned that money.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when we bought our first Atari 2600? That was awesome.
Yeah. We were always a few consoles behind all the other kids too, because my parents would go to garage sales and get the older consoles when the rich kids were upgrading to the new ones.
Yep.
So we had an Atari for a while, and we had, Nintendo and
Yeah.
the first generations.
Oh my God, I was so hooked on Zelda.
Oh yeah,
Nintendo.
Ocarina of
my
Time.
son's favorite.
Yeah. Yep, that was the one. Ocarina of Time. That was the one that.
The N64.
And I used to. I mean, I was an adult at the time, not like you people. And I'd call my nephew up, and he'd be like, "Yeah, what is it now?" And I'd say, "So I'm in this room that's got these 4 pillars." And he'd be like, "You got to go over to the right side, and then you'll see where the key is."
Yeah. You couldn't just look it up online, the solutions for it.
Yeah.
Really. We used to have to go to Barnes & Noble and go look at the game guide if we couldn't figure something out. And we wouldn't buy the game guide. We would just go there, and our parents would take us there, and we'd sit in chairs and read all kinds of books forever.
See you, Carrie.
Spoiled by Top Chat.
See, this is fun. We're just sitting here bullshitting. This is actually fun.
Yeah. We're getting along. Sometimes when you talk about nothing, it's easier.
Back in our early days of the channel, That's what we always did. We just hung around and talked. There was no, you know, fighting with other channels or all
Yeah.
that kind of crap. And it's just nice to be able to just hang out. And we we're always good for getting into discussions about old songs and stuff like that.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe I'll start going live and just doing that.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out if I could get a camera set up so that I could like have it pointing down at me making jewelry, and I could just talk and people could watch me make stuff.
Yeah,
But
that'd be good.
I don't know how I could get a camera set up that would work like that. I'm sure there's something out there.
Well, if you get one like I have, I think mine it was like $25 or something. It sits on the top of my monitor. You could easily get something like that that would just clip onto something else that you have there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing. I used to be good friends with this girl that did all kind of art, and I used to love to just like sit there watching her create stuff. Like you say, you sit there talking at the time, and especially if you can interact with chat, I think a lot of people would find that interesting.
Yeah.
There's That's the thing is I think there's like an audience for everything.
Hmm.
You know, not everybody is going to have like 200,000 subscribers, but like I say back in our earlier days before we started getting involved with drama stuff, well, getting dragged into it by Izzy basically. We were never huge, but we could pretty much count on like always having around 20 people or so. And that's what we just got together and talked. And
Yeah.
what more do you need?
That's what it like used to be like when you didn't talk to people every day, and you'd call them up on the phone and you just have all kinds of topics to talk about.
It's about like working in a garage before the internet. Everybody meet up there and sit there and talk
Yeah.
for a little while, and at the end of it, go home.
I remember I used to hang out up at Dick's Golf. You'd be hanging in there talking stuff, and you'd go get well, he had a machine for soda, or you might get a chocolate milk out of he had a refrigerator there, and you'd go and grab a chocolate milk, and you'd leave the 50 cents or whatever on his cash register, and but yeah, it was just one of the hangouts for guys.
Yeah.
I know you girls had your sewing circles and quilting clubs.
I mean, I was a little bit different than a lot of girls my age. I didn't really get along with girls, but I wasn't a very girly girl. I was always in the garage helping my dad, or I became a mechanic for a while, and so I didn't really hang out at those kinds of things.
Yeah, I actually know a lot of girls like that.
Yeah.
I actually, and obviously, I mean, people, if you were listening to the story earlier, I'm not in any way coming on to Angel Gamer, but I love chicks that can do like mechanical work and stuff like that. I've never been one of those guys that feels like I'm being emasculated
Yeah.
if I'm with a woman. I mean, because I'm like the worst guy in the world for doing, carpentry or mechanical work or anything like that. My father could do pretty much everything.
Yeah.
My brothers were both good at that stuff. Me, like I say, I was the guy, like my father would say, he cut the board 3 times and it's still too short, you know?
I taught my brother how to do an oil change.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The funny
He
thing
never
is, when
wanted
my
to be out there, but I was always glued to my dad. I'd be 5 years old helping him bleed brakes on cars and stuff.
wow, yeah, I could never. When when my little sister first started driving, and I would take her out and that, but before I let her drive my car, I made her. She had to learn how to check the tire pressure, check the oil, put the gas in herself, and meanwhile, the whole time I'm doing this, I'm thinking, yeah, I didn't know how to do any of this shit.
Well, Mrs. Metcalf, she used to be a mechanic too, and she was a truck driver. So
Oh yeah.
yeah. So I
By the way,
was.
go ahead.
I was just responding to Wyatt's comment there.
Oh,
Definitely was.
by the way, I don't very often do the 2 channel thing.
Yeah.
If I'm like just going live, I usually just go on my own channel. But like with this, since I started off making fun of Chris, I stream it to Shadow also because I know there's a lot of people that would be interested in it that
Yeah.
know the Shadow channel.
I didn't even realize I was subscribed to you.
Oh, are you?
I didn't even know it. That's wild.
I didn't know you were live. I came in like an hour late. Because I was just sitting here doing jewelry and listening to something, and I didn't see it until came back.
Well, it's kind of a spur of the moment thing because
Yeah.
Chris pissed me off over in Heel Pirates chat, so I thought,
Oh,
you know what?
yeah.
And speaking, and I'm not going back into the whole Chris thing, but just as a general rule, I think it's bad form to go into someone else's chat and start shit with people that have nothing to do with that channel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's rude.
Yeah. To me, that's the same as like going into somebody's house, and it's like, you know what? I only came in here because I saw MBK coming in and I want to give him a piece of my mind. It's like, yeah, well, go do that on your own time,
I didn't even know he was over. I was over on rabbits for a little while, and I was on Killamillas, and then I went to rabbits, and I was scanning to see who was live, and you popped up, so I was like, well, I'll come watch yours.
Yeah, I was in Killas and I went over to Hill Pirates.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
And again, this was supposed to be like a little 5-minute thing.
What, 3 hours later?
Yeah, coming up on like 3:20. That's why I say that the other night I did one. I was on my way to bed and I thought, ooh, I'm gonna say something. I don't even remember what it was now, but it was like gonna be a 3-minute thing. And then I think it was Nikki that joined me. And then we were talking and we were there long enough that Killing Time got up. He gets up. Anyway, long story short, 10.5 hours.
Oh, yeah. I think I saw that one. I was like, how has he been live that whole time?
And again, it was like, where's what?
Go ahead. Where's that
Well, I was
fella
gonna
at
say,
that was up there? The one that had the ship on his picture.
well, that'd be Killing Time. He goes to bed early.
Oh, okay. I hadn't seen him on forever. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, for a while he was doing a morning show. Then he got away from it. He started like joining in now on shows again. But he if he comes in and like if he'd have come earlier when it was all about Chris, he's not interested in any of the drama stuff. But like if he'd come now when we're here just talking, there's a chance he'd come up and join us.
I was just curious. I hadn't seen him on forever. I was just, you want to check on people because when you don't see them online, you don't never know what happens.
One
He
of the
seemed like a good
things.
guy.
Oh, he is. He's a real good guy. It's one of the things that I've hated about the internet is how people can just disappear. And you get to be, you know, and it's always a little shaky to say, "Oh, I have a friend," but you get to be friends with people, and then sometimes they're gone. You don't know, did they lose their internet? Did they die? What? They're gone.
Yeah.
Let me tell you a story about Killing Time that I think is like one of those things that tells you all you have to know about the guy. Early on, when we first started talking, and he mentioned about getting a call from this girl, it was, I think, Father's Day. Anyway, there's a girl that dated his son years ago now. It's been several years since she dated his son, and she calls Killen every Father's Day, and I think like for his birthday and stuff. So, I mean, that tells you something about a guy that,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to derail. I was curious.
Oh, I mean, we're just bullshitting. You can't derail a conversation like this.
I just sent you a picture of what I made tonight.
Yeah, I just saw. Yeah, I like that.
It's like Wyatt there in the chat. Me and him said stuff back and forth. I don't hate Wyatt as a person. We just all disagree, but we still need to get along, even though we disagree.
Well, you know what is funny? My first introduction, I think, to YouTube drama was from meeting Finkel, and he was all about Wrangler. I got to learn who Wrangler was and all that, and it was like at the time, you talk about the tribalism and stuff. It was like all those Wrangler people were just there was something wrong with any of those Wrangler people, basically. Meanwhile, now Wyatt comes around a lot. He was a Wrangler. Mr. Carey is one of these. It's almost like he's a channel member if we had memberships, and he was a Wrangler person. It's like I've gotten to be friends with Vestige of Peace, and she was one of those people. It's like so you can't lump people together, basically.
Well, see, everybody kept saying I was a strictly Wrangler person. I'd go in Stone Vets. I'd go in different ones. I didn't care, If somebody had a good topic, I'd go in there and listen to them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole point of YouTube is going wherever a good topic is.
Well, and the same thing too. Like I had never heard of Wrangler, but I went into his chat one time, and immediately got branded as a shiz person and banned. I was like, no, I'm my own person. And then somebody who saw me in Wrangler's chat, I forget who it was, they were immediately messaging in one of the Discords like, oh, you can't trust Angel Gamer. She was in Wrangler's chat. I was like, well, did you even read what I wrote? Because no.
Yeah, well, that's what, like we're talking before about, again, you know, Chris and Todd, mortal enemies. And
Yeah.
like I said, they don't realize how much they have in common because they are both very much like that. Oh, you hang out over there, then obviously, like with Chris, obviously you support people stalking my children or whatever. And it's like,
Yeah.
first of all, I'm not sure how much of the stalking stuff I buy, but also just
Yeah.
because I was in that person's chat. And I remember when I first met Todd when he came on our panel, and he knew that me and Finkel went into Stone Vets. And he kept saying to me, well, you people this, you people, you people. And it's like he
Yeah.
lumped me in with everything that the Stone Vets said, even though I'd never been up on panel. I was only
Yeah.
ever in chat. It's like, yeah, it's just exactly what you were saying about people saying like that about, oh, well, we've seen her over there. You can't trust anything. Here's a spy. She's a spy.
Yep.
It's like,
And
you're
how
not
many
all that
times did I
important.
get banned from Todd's chat because I was a hill pirate person, like
I tried to like Jeff, and I talked to him and Scotto backstage after I was up on his panel at night, and
Yeah.
I worry about Jeff. I mean, I don't know him as a person, but it just seems like he's got a few issues going on, and I worry about him.
Well, he admits to having issues, so
yeah,
that's
Oh, okay.
that's one of his good points is he's self-aware.
yeah,
Yeah, see, I haven't watched him. I haven't watched him since he was. Oh hell, what channel was that? He had it on some name.
Yeah, the F3 one. Yeah,
No, way before that one, or after.
oh,
No, maybe it was after that.
well, I know he had his own channel before he joined Stone Vet. I didn't know him then, but and then he was with
But he,
Stone Vet, and then they turned that into F3, and then him and Ned went their own way. They left Stone Vet completely.
mhm.
yeah, I can't even
Him,
remember what the channel
Ed, and
was.
Scotto all did.
Yeah,
They were running Stone Vet's channel for a while because he disappeared.
I try
yeah.
to stay out of everybody's issues, but there's one person keeps dragging me into it, so that's
Yeah.
about the only person I got an issue with.
Everything I know of Jeff is that he's a good guy that doesn't like being called a good guy because of all the stuff that he's seen and done.
Like I said, I don't hate nobody. I ain't got no issues with nobody. People do their own thing. But that other dumb over there, he just likes to drag me into stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's like for Jeff. After like it took me a while. Sometimes I think a lot of times he has a similar problem to me. Only it's different. Is people don't recognize when he's trying to be funny. So that's like
Mhm.
one of the things.
Yeah.
But he screws things up a lot of times. He'll like mishear what people are saying.
Yeah.
But after I kind of got used to it, then I got to like him. He can be entertaining and stuff.
And once you know, like, that he was literally blown up, I mean,
Yeah.
you kind of understand a lot.
Yeah, see, I've got a buddy he was a medic and he got blowed up, and he acts kind of like Jeff, and ironically, his name is Jeff.
Yeah.
I think Jeff he said it was 3 suicide bombers and an IED.
He's never went into his story. He's got the scars all over him, and he's our medic, and so he don't really talk about it.
Mhm.
Well, I've known a lot of vets, and I know very few that talk about.
Yeah.
My father was literally World War II generation,
Yeah.
and of course that was a big generation. Pretty much everybody of a certain age almost was in that war,
Yeah.
and so I knew a lot of those people. And then I'm kind of the Vietnam generation. I was just a couple years too young to go into that myself, so I knew a lot of guys with Nam and stuff. And like I said, known a lot of vets, very few that'll talk about anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, Dad was a Vietnam vet, and I didn't find out anything about him until after he passed away.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he was in Vietnam until he passed away because he never talked about it.
Wow.
Well, that is really something there, and not able to know. Yeah, I thought of a story earlier when you said about. I think wasn't you said you met a guy that was at Pearl Harbor?
Yes, I got the patches and the
No,
pins
that's
and
right.
stuff of their units.
My uncle, my mother's one brother, he was in the Marines when World War II broke out, and he was on Wake Island, which is basically the next place the Japanese visited after Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
And it was this little island, and they were still like building their runway for the planes. It's like they they didn't even have sights on their artillery. They had a sight, like looking down a rifle.
Mm.
The artillery that they did have, they only had a few planes, and it was like, and in certain circles, they're like really famous because they held out way longer than anybody thought they would. In fact, when the Navy was sending relief to them, they got turned around because, like, the big boys decided they wouldn't get there in time to help, and so they'd probably end up just losing more ships. You know, after Pearl Harbor, it'd be like sending good money after bad. But anyway, but they ended up holding out much longer than they were. But then my uncle spent the entire war in Japanese prison camps. But anyway, the actual story I wanted to mention, I was reading an article a few years ago. It was like for the like 50th anniversary or something of the end of World War II, or it might have been 40th or whatever. But anyway, this one guy who had been on Wake Island, and he went to the Pentagon. They were like getting stories, and he wore his old jacket with his sergeant stripes still on them. And they were on a break, and he went looking for coffee. And then there's a little lounge there. He walks in, he sees a coffee pot, and he goes to get coffee. And there was some officers sitting at a table, and it's like, and it was in the Marine section of the Pentagon. And there was like, a major, a couple of captains, a lieutenant, whatever. And one of them sees this guy coming in there with the sergeant stripes, and this was obviously officer territory. And one of them said to the guy, uh, "Are you lost? Should you be here?" And the guy said, "Well, I was just down the hall there. I came looking for a cup of coffee. We're down there. They're getting our stories from being on Wake Island." And when he said Wake Island, all those officers came to their feet and saluted him. That was like, because that's like in the Marines, that's like one of those places that they all know the story of Wake Island. Anyway, as I was,
That's awesome.
Not not keeping up with chat at all. It says there's 15 people in here, but there's only a couple talking. But that's okay. 12 of them are probably asleep. I one time way back when I was on Summer's panel, and I dozed off, and I woke up, and there I was sitting there all by myself in that room. And it really confused me because I was like, really, it was when I was real new to YouTube and stuff too. So just the idea of how did I get stranded in this room and how do I get out? There's Alan again. Alan is one of my socks, in case people don't know.
Okay.
He's been accused of it. Cart, we know you wish Killing Time was here. He's the one that's got the voice for it.
You know what's bad is all that generation's about gone.
Oh, yeah. I know. It's like the Vietnam generation's pretty much dying off now.
Yep. That's what got Dad was he was over there and they got that Agent Orange and he wound up with lung and bone cancer.
That somebody mentioned something about, was somebody old enough for Vietnam or something? I forget what it was. I said, you realize the younger guys from Nam are in their 70s now. That'd be like the guys who went in towards the end of it.
Yep. Well, Dad would have been 83.
Yeah. Wonder is there possibly any World War IIs left?
That'd be. I think that I seen an article here a while back. Maybe this week. It said one of the last veterans from Pearl Harbor passed away.
Yeah.
He was 100 and something.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, somebody who like went in when they were like 16 or something.
It's hard to believe. Growing up in school, teachers was Vietnam vets and World War II vets, Korean vets, and
Yeah.
they're all gone.
Yeah, it's like when I was in school, pretty much figured just about every male teacher was probably a World War II vet.
Hell, maybe World War One.
My father's father was in World War One.
Oh wow.
I just found out like 2 years ago. I got some paperwork and it was his citation. He got the Silver Star in World War One as a sergeant, and he retired years later as a colonel. And so I thought, well, that really says something that he started off as a private and went the whole way up through the ranks.
I said granddad was a tech sergeant in World War II.
My great uncle was at Iwo Jima.
Oh wow. Yeah,
Hey, Todd.
those were some nasty fights. Sure, 6 a.m. woke up to. Yeah, Al Finkel was here for a little while actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I log into the Shadow one whenever I'm going to do a thing about Chris or somebody that I figure the toddler people will be interested in.
I see. I don't get no notifications on yours, and I get it turned on. YouTube's gone wacky.
Yeah.
That's I sometimes, like with Hill Pirates, I won't see it until like he's on for like a half hour or something, and I'm subscribed and all that.
He announces it in Discord, but I don't think you're in Discord.
No, I have Discord, but I never use it. Oh, okay.
Wow.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's more than I would have thought. Well, it's for 107. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I didn't realize this. Two squared. If you're from Australia, you're gonna have to leave because we already have cart here, and we have a quota system.
The Kiwis here too, right? They're from New Zealand.
Yeah.
I guess
some
that's two
reason.
separate.
Well, yeah, it is. Except for some reason, Kiwi started off in Australia. I mean, and to me, that's like somebody who lived in Tennessee and decides to move to Alabama. It's like you're heading down. It's like you're already in Australia. Why would you go to New Zealand? It's kind of like the opposite of being a social climber.
Isn't that where the quokkas live? New Zealand? They're like the cutest little animals. I don't know.
Would you say the koalas?
No, quokkas.
Oh, quokkas? That's what it sounded like, and I thought I heard it wrong. I have no idea.
I think it's Quokka.
Yeah. I did just learn that they get penguins there.
Yep. South America does too.
I was surprised to hear Australia gets snow.
Yeah. I know you just picture it as being a big wasteland,
Yeah, I thought it was just a big desert.
Okay, quokkas are Western Australia.
Okay. Well, one of the interesting things about Australia, and I forget the exact figures and stuff, but it's like 80% of the population lives West Coast or East Coast. It's like then all of that huge land in between is very sparsely.
It's desert.
That and everything wants to kill you.
Yeah.
Except for Steve Irwin.
I was talking to some friends. They was talking about them huntsman spiders, and I was like, hell no, y'all can keep them things.
I wish I had what Jeff has. I wonder if it's an OBS thing where it automatically shows all the chats.
Yeah, I believe it is an OBS thing. But you can always turn the chat on the screen too, I think, right?
Oh
In
yeah, I
StreamYards?
forget. Yeah, I forget about that.
Yeah.
They made it now too, where you can make it a little bigger, easier to read.
Mhm.
Well, that's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, I should have had that on the whole time, especially when going to two channels like that. That always messes
I don't,
people up. You'll
Yeah.
I
see
don't know why.
somebody, don't know why what?
I don't know why I did it twice.
Oh, it's because did you type it in StreamYards?
Yeah.
So it's going to
Oh,
broadcast it to both channels.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So each channel only saw your message once, but
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I always used to like to do things like this. Let me see.
I don't get up here on these things and mess around enough to figure it all out yet.
yeah.
I'd always do stuff like that with chat.
The hell? That's got to be a fake account.
It was Muxter.
Oh,
Because when he types it in StreamYards, it's as Twinkle.
I'm like, what the hell?
But I could make it so it's like just him instead of both channels. And
Yeah.
hey, Logan.
Hey, Logan. Maybe you should post the link again. Maybe Logan or somebody wants to come up.
I saw that earlier and then I forgot actually. And again, I'm only going to be here for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It ain't daylight yet.
Yeah.
Well, I am often up at dawn, but it's because I haven't gone to bed yet.
I can
Yeah.
relate to that.
Me too. I've been an insomniac since I was a kid. My ADHD and everything.
I wasn't an insomniac, but I was always a late night person. Even when I was just like in junior high or whatever, I'd be the last person awake in my house.
I drove a truck for years and I got used to being up at night driving, so I ain't drove since 2007, but it's still stuck in me.
I've never understood those people that like to get up at like 7 in the morning.
Yeah, it was just Chris being Chris, and when I called him out, he I don't know, he probably added me to his
I didn't even
persona
see,
non grata list.
I didn't even see what he was talking about. What's
Oh,
GS talking about?
something about Jeff, and then
Oh,
he's complaining that we didn't answer him or something, I guess.
I honestly didn't see it. I don't know if he's having a struggle session. I'm just saying, I worry about people, It just seems like he's changed a lot since he had his own channel.
Well, I think too it's with G2's work schedule right now and stuff, he hasn't been able to have people up there with him. But
Yeah, it was nice. Ned stopped in the other night. I think was it
Yeah.
Friday night. He was there for
Yeah.
quite a while.
Like I said, I try to give everybody a benefit of the doubt, but that's why I don't watch him no more, because
what?
I just,
What? Why is I don't know what Todd's on about. Calling me duplicitous?
I've been like flashing the text and not really paying a lot of attention.
Have I said
Oh.
anything duplicitous this whole time?
I have no idea what that is about. No.
Yeah.
Actually, you were saying nice things about Todd before.
Yeah.
Oh. Obviously heard something I didn't hear.
Yeah. Maybe he's behind in the stream. I don't know.
hell, I'm just up here enjoying company.
Yeah. I thought we were just having a nice talk.
Yeah. I know we've just been talking general crap for the last however long. I like it.
Just randomly.
If it doesn't always have to be. Finkel keeps swearing off drama. And then the next day he'll post something again.
Well, I mean, the source. It's hard to keep it away when you're being drug into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's like me. I don't really want to get into it, a lot of that stuff, but then when you see Chris talking a bunch of shit, I just feel like I have to say something.
But you could be like me, don't say nothing about him or to him for
Yeah.
I think it was 5.5 months, and every video still had my name in it.
We'll see you 2 Squared. Thanks for stopping in.
Exactly, Logan. Most of the time I'm high and I'm not really paying attention to chat.
I mean, I never thought I'd be up here talking to Muckster, and but here I am and enjoying the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The pleasure is all yours.
Well, screw you too. Hey, you ain't told me backstage yet, so I'm good. I must be doing something right.
I am really not as mean as my reputation would say, but then I don't mind having the reputation either.
The first time I ever heard you was when you were screaming at Coded about what he was saying. Yeah. About
that thing. That is, again, you talk about crossing lines. Oh my God, that was and you know what? I mean, I have never been able to stand shiz.
Yeah.
So that wasn't like me just like sticking up for Shiz. That was just me finding what he said totally disgusting.
Yeah.
But
Ugh.
like you know, I have the reputation and it's deserved for bouncing people out and stuff like that. But I don't do it just because of somebody disagreeing with me. I do it if somebody's being an ass about it. And then, of course, one of the things, one of my pet peeves is people telling me how to run the channel. It's like Killen was saying earlier that he has people trying to tell him what he should and shouldn't be doing. Not Killen, Killa.
Yeah. Well, Killa was always nice to me, and so I decided to, when he started streaming, I watched his streams and I learned a lot. So
Well, it's like I said to him that the first I noticed him was seeing him like on Todd's channel, but
mhm.
somebody would say something about one of Todd's enemies, just put it there, or like me, and Killer would say, "Oh, actually, I don't think they meant it that way," or "I think
Yeah,
what he was trying." And I thought, okay, I like this guy. He tries to, he's not going to just go along with the pack,
right.
and that's the way I try to be.
I don't know if you ever seen it, but a long time ago, I tried to get peace, and I told Ding Dong that if he'd apologize for making lies about me, I'd leave YouTube. And he told me he
Yeah.
didn't owe me no apology, and he's carried on ever since.
Yeah.
So I just get on here and have fun.
That's what I would much rather spend all my time like this, just sitting and talking to people.
Yeah, and you get to learn so much.
Interesting stuff. I mean, we're talking about
Yeah,
wars and video games and growing up in the 80s and
yeah.
all that stuff. Stuff you normally don't get to talk about.
I still remember um, way back when we first started. Be sitting here a lot of times. It'd be like late at night when most of the people were gone, and I'd make some kind of a song reference, and somebody in chat would be, "Oh yeah, I always loved that song," and it just kind of surprised me because I thought, "Geez, I didn't think the rest of you people were old enough to know this stuff."
Hmm.
But we'd be sitting here talking about like '70s music and that.
I watch Judge Middleton usually every day during the week, and he's a YouTube judge in Michigan, and he started doing this thing where he'll, like in a deadpan voice, he'll say the first line of a song that's special to him, and he calls it a shared moment of humanity. If you know what it is, that's fine. If you don't know what it is, you probably will look it up and figure out what song it is. And I'm surprised at how many of them I know because, he's 70, so we grew up with different musics and stuff. But like the
Yeah,
other one that was the first line of Kodachrome. Like when I think back of all the crap I learned in high school,
yeah.
it's like, well, yeah, I mean that's pretty fitting. The
It's a wonder I can think at all.
Yep. He's still on, Wyatt. He's still on like every day. He has one more year before he's forced into retirement. So,
Well, just think we're the generation. We survived no seat belts, riding the back of trucks,
yeah.
and all the stuff that they say is bad now.
Yeah. We survived being put to sleep on our stomachs. You know, before SIDS became a widespread thing. You know.
I remember be going on a road trip. People have a station wagon. The kids would be laying in that open area in the back of the station wagon. No seatbelt or anything.
I think back of all the times when my dad would, you know, take our truck or car out onto a frozen lake in the wintertime and just, you know, whip shitties and drive in circles and stuff. And now it's like, oh no, you can't do that anymore.
Well, it's like I remember the thing with pickup trucks. You'd sit up on the rail or whatever you call it, you know, the side up there until the rule was after you came off of the dirt road, you had to get down inside the bed.
Yeah. Drive-in movie theaters where you pay per carload and everybody would pile into the back of the truck for the drive-in theater.
Yeah.
Lawn darts. Yes, Logan.
Oh, yeah. I remember we used to sharpen them up.
Death from above.
Remember those clackers?
Yeah.
Those things, the glass ball would fly off of them.
Yeah. Oh, they used to be made of glass? Like when I was a kid, they were plastic.
Might have been a hard plastic. I don't know. I think the first ones might have been glass because they used to chip.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I can remember going to the drive-in with 2 or 3 people in the trunk of the car.
Yeah. We still had one up until a couple of years ago.
There's still one around here that opens in the summertime. Somebody just like refurbished it a couple years ago.
Yeah, it was a great deal too because like for $5 you could see 3 movies.
Yeah.
We got a great big one they just built down there going toward Louisville. You go in there. The only thing that kills it though is they got it coming through your car radio.
Oh, yeah. That made it easier though. You didn't have to line up with that thing that would hang off of your.
Ours still has those.
I can remember that's what we'd go like in a pickup truck, and you'd have a boom box and.
Yeah. You could bring a grill and grill burgers or hot dogs.
Yeah. When I was going to college, was out riding around, and there was a drive-in theaters about 5 miles away from college coming down this road, and they were showing X-rated movies, and you could see them from the road.
Wow.
I thought, how are they not having accidents? And how are like parents not having the place shut down? You could just picture these families driving by and some 8-year-old kid going, "Mommy, what is that guy doing to that lady?"
Oh, remember the scrambled channels on TV too?
Yeah. I remember. Go ahead.
Them giant dish in the yard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I remember when HBO first started, and you had to get the little box to unscramble it. There was a guy that would come in the library. He was one of these guys who was always writing letters to the editor and stuff. But he said, I turned that HBO on the other day, He said, you couldn't really see the screen because it kept like wobbling and stuff. He said, but I listened to it and there was all this filth on there. He said, it just, I listened to it for like an hour and there was all this swearing and all this. And I thought, you could have turned it off. It offended him, but he listened to it for an hour.
Yeah.
You're right, White. It was a different time. I think it was around 8:30.
Aerobicize.
Oh no, I don't remember that.
Uh-uh.
I always think of it at the wrong time. I've often meant to go and find the original HBO thing where the camera would come down the street of the house. Do you know what I mean?
Uh-uh.
It was like and I think it was like it would be like coming down and go into the house, and be like HBO. But I always thought I'd like to find that and put that at the beginning of some of my videos.
Yeah, we always lived out in the country, so we never had cable till probably I didn't watch cable TV till 1989.
So we got it. I was in third grade when we moved down into town, and it was because it was still at the time. Most people around here, even if you were where you could get cable, still had antennas. But all you could get was NBC, CBS, and PBS. Whenever I went to college and people would talk about some shows they used to watch, and I thought, I do not remember this show, and I used to live for television. Then I realized because they were on ABC, and I never saw ABC until I was in like third or fourth grade. But yeah, that was like when we moved down and got cable TV, and all of a sudden you had like WOR from New York and all the Pittsburgh channels and all the networks. It was so cool.
Had rabbit ears with some tinfoil on it and
Yeah.
adjust the back of the knob just to get the dang thing to come in.
Oh yeah, the UHF, VHF, but knobs and the TV too.
Yeah.
Remember when you'd go to adjust the rabbit ears and you'd be going and you'd get it just right, and as soon as you go with the damn antenna, it would go fuzzy again.
Yep.
I remember as a kid, we only had the one TV in the living room, and I had $5 in my pocket, and I found an old little, probably 1960s TV at a garage sale, black and white, knobs, everything. And I was so proud that I had my own TV in my room.
Oh, yeah.
I could sneak away to watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which I wasn't allowed to watch.
Mm.
But it was all in black and white.
I saw a thing on like Facebook last week. It showed a kid, like an 8-year-old kid, standing next to a television and said, "Rare photo of a 1975 remote control." And that was true because I can remember being the remote control.
Yeah.
Go over there and see what's on channel 6. Yeah.
At my grandparents' house, if you were the youngest kid, you would be sitting next to the TV.
Yeah. Yep.
I remember going to grandma's house and she had 3 channels, and every Saturday it was Lawrence Welk.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember. I was just saying the other day about used to watch Hee Haw every week.
Yep.
And I never really liked country music, but for some reason watched Hee Haw all the time. Yeah, I remember you'd get those great big TVs that they were all cabinet. The TV was actually no better than the other TV of the same size.
And you had the stereo with the radio, the 8-track, and the record player.
The turntable, yep. Oh, I remember. Well, again, you guys are a little bit behind me, but that was like the coolest thing in the world. If you had a car with an 8-track player in it,
My first car had an 8-track player in it.
Mine did too.
A 1975 Oldsmobile Omega.
mm,
Mine was an 86 Dodge Caravan with wood panels, which is actually the year I was born. My grandparents gave it to me when I got my license.
Mm.
No AC, carbureted, hand crank the windows and everything.
I had to pump the hell out of the accelerator to get it to start.
Yeah, I saw that, Logan. Wow.
my first car was a 1964 Plymouth Belvedere that my father bought off my cousin for 150 bucks. It had a push button transmission. I loved that thing.
Oh, wow.
My favorite car though ever was my 1974 Buick Electra,
Oh, I love
which
Buicks.
you wouldn't even be able to drive that thing today because if you went to the store now, it would take up 2 parking spaces.
Yep.
But
My favorite car was my second car, which was a 1990 Buick LeSabre.
I remember when I got that Buick, it had a 455 4-barrel in it, which at the time didn't really know what that meant, except,
Yeah.
and it was one of those ones, you know how they'll say, well, it was owned by a little old lady who never went in. This one really was, because I went out to Pittsburgh, and when I drove out, I drove like the secondary roads, and when I came back, I was coming back on the interstate, and I remember I first got up on the interstate, and I tramped down on the gas, and the car like backed off. It was like it eased off, and
Mhm.
all of a sudden, a big black cloud of smoke came out the back of it,
Oh,
and I thought, shit, I'm 120 miles from home, and I just blew up this engine. But then that car, it like went boom, and then it went, oh, it went. What it was is obviously the little old lady never did go anywhere because the 4-barrel was full of carbon, and it
oh
blew
yeah.
that carbon out. Man, that car. Then after that, that was a great highway car.
Yeah. Mine
And it,
was a little old lady's car too.
and it got about 8 miles to the gallon, but you know, back then, a gallon of gas cost a nickel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we was talking to somebody tonight. Back in the 80s, you could buy a really nice car for like $200 or $300.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't do it now.
No.
I can remember watching a talk show years ago. I think it was before I think I was even driving, but there was a guy on there. I think he was like from General Motors or something, and he was saying like one of the problems with America is that we insist on variety. And like at the time, he said, you know, if all Americans would be happy with the same car, he said, we could put every American into a Cadillac for, I think he said like $8,000 or something like that. Because like at the time, Cadillacs were, I don't know, 15,000 bucks or something.
Yeah. My dad never liked Cadillacs. He said that the aluminum heads would warp.
Mm.
That old car had a straight 6 in it. I'll tell you what, that was a good motor.
My Buick was owned by a little old lady, and when I got it, it was 2004, and it had 17,000 miles on it
Mm.
for a 1990, and I loved that car. It was the most comfortable car. You know,
Yeah.
with plush bench seats and everything. It would have gone for a long time too, I think, but I got rear-ended really bad when it was at like 93,000 miles. I survived because that thing was solid steel, but the car didn't.
It was kind of nice, those cars when you're surrounded by all that steel.
Yeah,
Yeah, these new cars suck.
yeah.
Well, what I hate about new cars, and I was never like a huge car guy, but it used to be you'd see a car and you knew what it was. Oh, Ford Mustang or whatever. Now it's kind of like all cars look alike.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless you see one of those cyber trucks that just looks so stupid.
Yeah.
Back in like the 80s and 90s, it was you'd see a DeLorean and you'd be like, "What is that?"
Oh,
And now
yeah.
it's the cyber trucks.
Seen a Stealth the other day. You don't hardly see them no more either.
Mm.
Cyber trucks are lousy vehicles for crooks because they're so easy to track because, like fenders are falling off of them all the time and stuff.
You leave a trail behind you.
It's like a bad kid's drawing.
Well, we had to rebuild carburetors in school as one of our projects. So,
Really?
yeah. I was in high school. I took 2 years of auto mechanics, and our teacher made us rebuild a carburetor.
It's handy stuff to know.
Yeah. We did drum brakes and disc brakes, and now everything is disc brakes pretty much.
There was a time that even I learned how to do something special. Geez, I totally lost the word I wanted. But some like mechanical stuff, like even something that sounds like a big deal, but like replacing, a alternator or something.
Yeah.
Because all it was, bolts.
Yeah.
Now
You just,
you need an engineering degree just to check the oil.
nah. You're still a dipstick.
My dad had an Impala. What? I think it was like a 72.
I think 73 Impala is the car in Supernatural, too.
Oh,
TV show. No, that's a 67 Impala. Yeah. Okay.
$389. I remember my dad's. No, that was his other Chevy. He had a 350. I'm not sure what the Impala had.
We had a
Probably
Peugeot one
27.
time. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, he said something about the Impala. I said it may have had a 327.
My dad would get cars in trades and, fixing them up and getting others back. And he ended up with a Peugeot one time. And he had to special order all the parts because it's a French car.
I think that Impala was the only actual brand new car my father ever got. I'm not sure.
I don't think we ever had a brand new car. It wasn't that old of a Peugeot, though. It was just, probably late 80s. They're just, you don't really see them over here unless somebody imports them.
Yeah.
I think the only new car we ever had was a 1987 Escort. And I took my road test in.
Nice.
Damn bubble car. It
Yeah.
was almost as bad as a Pacer.
Oh, my dad had a Pacer, and he cut the back off to make it into a little pickup truck.
Yeah.
My mom hated it.
Grandma drove a Gremlin.
I was just going to mention Gremlins.
It was blue and had a white stripe down the side of it.
My one roommate in college had a Volkswagen Beetle. And what I used to love about that car is we'd go somewhere, and when we would come back, he would just drive down the sidewalk and drop me off at the door to the dorm.
I'm starting to fade out a little bit, so I think I might hop off and head to bed.
Yeah, if Muckster's going to end it, I'll jump off too. The way he can go on to bed if he needs to.
It was fun though. I'm glad we did this.
Yeah.
I'm glad ended the night this way instead of just sticking with the bitching stuff.
I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Well, feel free to come back some other time you see me paneling.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Which
definitely.
is something new. Which paneling is something that was really big in the 70s, and everybody hates it now.
Well, you two have a great night. I'm gonna jump out of here.
Yep,
Yeah, me
thanks
too.
for coming.
All right, y'all take care.
Yep, you too.
And thanks to everybody that's still in chat. According to YouTube, there's still 16 people. That's pretty good for 5 a.m. Oh, I wonder, this is probably the second 5 a.m. also, isn't it? Because the time would have changed. So actually, last week this would have been 6 a.m. Anyway, really had fun tonight, folks. Thanks a lot.